Hello. Hi, hi. How you doing? Welcome in. Hi, Pinky. I've been double booked. I hope you're doing good. How you been doing today? Today, I think I more or less has recovered quite a bit, right? So I feel like at least I would not be too... It would not pain me as much to talk a lot anymore. You know, I'm still using like I'm still boosting my gain on my mic so that I don't need to speak very loud, so that it doesn't stress my throat, you know. But yeah, I'm feeling much better than the past few days. A lot better. Although it's also really good that I got back to art, and I think tomorrow I'll still need to do more art because yeah, there's something that has been overdue. Barnaby stuff. So yeah, I need to do that tomorrow, or actually even doing it off stream to like kind of make more progress towards it, because I remember that I made notes. Let me double check. Oh, it's not here? Oh, here it is. Yeah, there are a few problems that me and Barnaby discussed like about a few weeks ago. Yeah, I think a few weeks ago. So these are the problems lah, but I'm not gonna show it, but I just found it. Some of these is like easy fix, some of this is gonna be hard, and I think it's safe to say one of this that I don't know how to fix. So one of the problem being that I believe it could be because I merged all the vertexes around the fingertips. Remember when I did that? That caused a lot of issue for rigging wise, I think. I think because of that, somehow Barnaby's model now has janky hands, or like hands like jelly. So I don't know, but I'm gonna fix it once I get the chance to. But for today, I'm gonna do it. I'm surprised it caused issue, and let me drink first. Honestly, I'm sorry. I'm not too surprised. I am partially surprised, I guess, but not a lot, since I'm not working with my own model and I have no experience in modifying other people's model. So there are... I don't think I'm well enough. I don't think I'm good enough to modify other people's model, but I just kind of want to try it out. But I didn't think it will cause that much issue, because there's a lot of people has a lot of different kinds of doing their own models and stuff. It's different. So yeah, I'm partially surprised that merging vertexes. I think what happened is that the thing is that how do I say this? Because when they rig the model, the vertexes are not merged, right? That's one. So once I merge them, now technically speaking, that single vertex used to have two vertexes. So once I merge them, there are one vertexes. But inside that vertex, it has two rigging data in there. So like sometimes when the finger moves janky, it could be because each movement of the finger cause two of the vertex to move at the same time. I don't know if that makes sense, but I hope that makes sense. It is how I'm gonna explain it. Like you move, supposedly each vertex is their own single data, like only one, but those vertexes that are merged together, they have two, so they move twice as much, which caused some jank issues, and I don't know how to fix that. which is a bit of a problem. But maybe I'll try anyway. Or maybe I just have to re-put the beans. I don't think it's gonna be that hard if I were to redo everything. Maybe, but I'll think about it. We'll see. We'll see how it goes tomorrow. Now that me likes the money for the subble until the people pay me money. Me knows the first time how many ads are here. Oh shit! Are you watching all the ads now? So there's a lot of ads, huh? I mean, yeah, I'm good. Hi, Rogue. I mean, it is 55 revenue share, right? Let me check the status real quick. Also, I can listen to this music all day long. Literally. I listen to this one when I sleep and it feels so good. Also, I hope you're doing good, Rogue. Here, let me check some settings real quick. Moisturize? Sure. It helps with my current situation. I'm quite surprised though, recently, or I think lately, that I have quite a bit of an offline, while I was offline, and then I got a bunch of follows. I'm honestly quite surprised. Yeah, it is 3 minutes per hour. And supposedly it has no pre-roll ads. Yeah, it says here 180 seconds of ads every 1 hour, which is 3 minutes during a stream with disable pre-roll. Me almost forgets to answer after waking up. It's okay, Pinky. I understand. I'm a mess every time I wake up. It takes a while for me to wake up. Can report that me's doing well. Nothing much happened yet as of today. Good to know. Get notified in advance for an upcoming ad and have the opportunity to snooze. What if I get like upcoming ad break notification? Let me try this. 3 minutes before ad starts. I never tried this one. Oh, this could let me know when the ad plays. Here, that. Let me have the settings and see how often does it has. How is it gonna show me though? It didn't get notified. Is it only in the mod view? I think it could be only in the mod view. Oh crap. Here, let me back to my channel real quick. Yeah, it seems there's a lot. I don't know how much ad it is, but ads are definitely playing on my channel. Yep, definitely. I thought there's stream banner ads still, but apparently I'm wrong. Fucking, there's no banner ads. Ooh. Okay, wait a minute. Okay, so from February 4th to March 5th. Okay, a month's time. A month time. So I've streamed for. Okay, and let's take this into perspective, right? I stream for 130 hours, right? And ad break plays for 6 hours and 42 minutes. Oh, I mean that. That's quite a lot, I feel like. I mean, sure, 160 and 130 and 6 is like a huge difference, but it's 6 hours of ads, like pure, unfiltered ads. Let me see. Whoa, why does this day has like so much ads? on February 19, ad goes to $3? It's even more than paid subs. That's weird. Okay, how do we count this? 130 divided by 6. What am I trying to count here? I don't know. But yeah, that's the amount of ad breaks. But the payout is... I mean... Let's see. Ads... In that entirety, ads payout is $15. Right? Yeah, ads is 15. Paid sub... Okay, let's say subs in general, right? So subs in general, there's paid subs, prime subs, and gifted subs, right? So 3 of these. Added 21, 23, 24, 24, 34, $35 about, roughly. But like, not everyone is gonna sub, of course, right? But then again, I just feel like, as much as I need ads to help sustain the channel, or like sustain myself financially, I'll keep the ads on. But in the future, or maybe after this stream, or even after this stream, I'll make a new timed message on Cloudbot. I'll mention about like the ads and everything. Like you know the message, like the channel is running 55% revenue share, so it plays 3 minutes of ads per hour, right? I know it's a lot of ads, and if you truly want to support the channel, you know, you can try a subble, which will disable ads. Somewhere along the line of that kind of message, right? It's a little bit like begging for subs, I understand, but like, man, if only money isn't such a big issue, but it is for me. I'll try my best to keep it as balanced as possible. Like I know now the current problem is ads, right? And I feel like I'm gonna keep it as only as ads only problem. And fortunately, ads can be disabled by subble, so I'll try to think of a balance between that. But I think currently I'll be a little bit harsh, having to play 3 minutes of ad per hour. It's a little bit harsh, right? I understand, but I feel like I kind of want to keep it that way, for now at least. Right, for now at least. Yeah, 15 is a huge value. 15 by ads alone. Right, by ads alone. Yeah, it's quite a lot. But I also understand that ads will decline. Well, not really decline, but ads will drive away viewership. It certainly will. Right, it definitely will. And it's a fact I cannot change. But I feel like I'm just gonna leave the ads in. Let's keep it at that, right? I'll keep the ads in. Although I'm not getting notified by when the ad's gonna play, or maybe I don't know where it's gonna notify me at. I'm looking at everything while I'm just like talking here. It's not happening. Although maybe there's no ads happening right now, so that's why. Probably. Okay, let's see. Okay, let's talk about the game. Let's close this beautiful music, albeit I love it. It's Burner Village. I now know what to listen to when I sleep. This is the best. This is the best. It's so good. I'm still getting used to this ergonomic mouse. Like, everything about this mouse is great. Not gonna lie. The only small problem I have with this is the fucking middle mouse button. It's so hard to press. Oh yeah, also I looked into Masanta Frontier. It is, it is truly Europe server, but I think I can play it. Now I need to figure out how to install and everything. So I'm excited. There's Tomfa. Middle is like thin line? A thin line what? Twitch really doesn't pay much money for all the great work you put in, sadly. It is Twitch, I understand. It's Twitch. It's the Jeff of Bezos. Like the Jeff of Bezos likes money. Like even the sub revenue is like a 50-50 share is a little bit rough for content creators, not gonna lie. It is very tough. 50-50. I mean, sure, I'm affiliate, only affiliate, and to be completely honest, getting to affiliate is not too hard, right? It's tough, but it's not hard as in, I'm pretty sure most of the people, if they really keep going with the route, they can get to affiliate, right? They can. They definitely can. The requirement for getting affiliate is to stream how many? 6 hours per week, I think. 6 or 20. I think 25 is partner. I think 6 hours per week, and have a average view of 3. That's the most. That's the hardest part when you just start up. I understand. That was the super hard. Yeah, I do like 6 per day. That's the thing. So that one is no issue. And I have to get 50 followers, right? I have to get 50 followers. And we're often over 10 beans, I know. I mean, I've been doing this for almost 2 years, right? Almost 2 years since... Oh... Yeah, so March 9th, I think. March 9th is 2 years. It's the date where it's officially 2 years. Which is quite huge, not gonna lie. 2 years, man. 2 years. How the book? No, I still need my reverb, bro. 6 per day, often 10 beans, 137 followers. Yeah, recently I'm getting quite a bit of the follower count, which I appreciate that. Hell yeah. Like, I feel a sudden surge of viewership, which is a good thing, right? Because I remember last year was quite... Last year's a little bit below average, I would say, right? Last year is pretty much the whole year. Well, not the whole year, but most of the year is about still a single digit, right? But I feel like this year has been quite well, and I'm glad. In terms of viewership, it is. Hi, Ion Agenda. Welcome in. Hope you're doing good. I do have a few bottle caps here. I'll try not to get... Oh my god, mama! Whoa! I'm awake. I'm sorry, I'm awake. Yep. Wait a minute. I'm good. I'm awake. My eyes are open. Yeah. Yes, hi. Oh my god. 20 bits though. Hope you're doing good, Ion Agenda. What do I want again? I want defense instrument. No, I think I need Vitality. No, but I don't think I want to buy with bottle caps. Ooh. Teddy bear. Oh, Paralysis, wow. Interesting weapon. Hi, Foxy. Hi. Also, I play Roblox Evade. Roblox Evade? I feel like Roblox is not gonna click with me, but I'm glad you're having fun. Also, welcome in. Ion is good. Good to know. Yeah, these are not that good. Yeah, crit L evasion. Did I buy this? Greatly boost evasion at 50% HP or less. Huh. I don't know. Okay, let's see what I'm gonna do today. Oh my god, mama. Oh good, don't worry about it. I feel like I need to upgrade my monster, but at the same time, I don't know how. It requires some sort of rite of channeling synergy, which I don't really have. Maybe I should keep going with the Elder's Lair for now. Let's go back to Elder's Lair and see what to do. Elder Lair. Wait, what the... There. Oh, I was stuck at the two bodyguards, I forgot. It is weird to suddenly have a slight of what these things stands for. Nice. I saw you play a little bit of my Sunrise. Need help? I'm good for now. Well, for now lah. 5 levels close to you. Am I? Am I? I have no idea. Okay, so since I'm stuck at the fucking two... Oh, maybe I should... Maybe I should up Kushala, because Kushala has the Elder's Dominance, which is like really good. Did I do any rite of channeling with you? I don't know. Let me see. Yeah, I don't. Negate 1 hit KO. This is like level 66. Ooh. What level am I? Oh, 61. Oh. Oh, you're right. I'm quite close to you. Hoping Rise has come actual difficulty. Yeah, actual difficulty, right? You know what? Let's go back to... Let's try to do some rite of channeling for my WiMdyBoi. Village quests are supposed to be for newbies, but gosh, it's a bit much. I think those are the quests that can get you like get to know about the game, I think. Which is pretty good, honestly. They are quite forgiving. Well, they're quite forgiving, but still not super easy by all means. It's not. But it's a fun way to get you like acquainted to the game, I think. Okay, what do I want for WiMdyBoi? WiMdyBoi is... Ice, right? You are Ice. I don't think I want this one. Negate 1 hit KO? Cold resistance is not even. Okay, Cyclone is non-elemental. Can cost down. Sonic Strike Ice. So I think Sonic Strike. I mean, Kushala likes to do Trap Cyclone for whatever reason, but these two I'm gonna replace it, and I'm gonna get this one. Do I have it? Yep. Okay, good. Okay, let's double check this one. There's a recommended skill for any monster. Easy to find out. Easy to find out? What do you mean? Straight Eye? Non-elemental defense boost. Non-elemental defense. All of these are pretty good, not gonna lie. Den Protector. Deadly Horn Jab. Low chance to inflict one hit KO, I mean. Deadly Horn Jab, baby. It's power. Oh, dude. Can cost down, Warring Chain. I think if it's like non-elemental, I might get it here. Or just replace these two. I think, yeah, why not get Deadly Horn Jab? Breakthrough Strike. Launches low defense for 3 turns. This one just do normal damage, right? Yeah, non-light, non-elemental damage to one enemy. A herbivore monster have this move called Heartfelt Gift. Heartfelt Gift? Do you have it? Oh, there it is. Restore 1 heart to an ally. Is it that good? It costs 96 in Kinsip. I don't know. I'm gonna give... I'm gonna give... Also, it's power. I need 1 power, 1 speed for WiMdyBoi. I'll see what I can do. Let's just get the Deadly Horn Jab first. Whoa. Whoa. Heroics? Heroics? I don't know if I want to give... no. Heroics XL though. The Ash Ketchum has both Ash Ketchum has Heroics XL? Damn. This one? Non-elemental attack boost. I think this one could be good. I'm taking this one. Alright, thank you, Narga. You the best. The max upgrade often not only restore 1 heart but give a good amount of HP recommended for the monthly kinship cost down XL. But I need... How do you even upgrade a skill? Divine Blessing. Health boost. I think I need a... Oh, I need a speed move. It's all non-elemental for WiMdyBoi. Oh wait, I have non-elemental attack boost. Right? I just gave it non-elemental attack boost. Oh. Yeah. Hey, thanks, Land Urchin. give me a Ruinous Strike. Thank you very much. It's a speed move as well. Oh my god. Dude, WiMdyBoi is gonna be non-elemental attack. To upgrade a skill for the same skill inheriting, so I need multiple up turn off to upgrade a heartfelt blessing to the maximum. Huh. Salt in wound. Self-heal. Oh wait, Salt in wound pairs up with Trap Cyclone, does it? It does, doesn't it? Increase damage done to enemies with abnormal status by a good amount. Oh, I mean, Trapped in Cyclone should count as abnormal status, I believe. I think Heartbreaker can only be upgraded twice. Huh. Oh, I should get this one. Oh, elemental defense boost. This is too good. Not dragon, I forgot. Oh, I remember the first time I saw Kirin, it's like, oh, the disappointment. Oh, I'm so getting this one. Oh, elemental defense boost. L. L. Yeah, I'm getting this one. Bye, Kirin. Oh, actually, bye, not dragon. So yeah, saying that Heartfelt Gift is a special skill that can only be upgraded twice, question mark? So I assume the other skills can be upgraded either 3 times or 4 times, question mark? I kinda want Salt in Wound, not gonna lie. Yes? Oh shit, okay. I'm the best. Wait, what's the blue one? What's this? Oh, King Cost Down. Yeah, so they can spam Trap Cyclone. I actually need to replace the cold resistance, it's so useless. Hey, Kushala. But then it's Kushala. I want more WiMdyBoi. Oh, what if I replace this one? I know this is glowy boy, but still. What's vicious? Oh, head to head, okay. Ash Ketchum. No, I don't need to look at Ash Ketchum. Honestly, I got super lucky because you know, Narix did bring me to like co-op den so that I can get I can get all these 6 skills. Crit XL. Crit XL. Crit XL. So Trap Cyclone doesn't crit. Ruin the Strike can crit, but Ruin the Strike already has like a big chance of crit. No, I think getting Crit XL now would be a little bit redundant. Just a little bit. Let me see if there's any other good ones that I can give. I was thinking health boost, but maybe not. You broke progression? Not really. You can even stack kinship costs down with an M and XL for further kinship cost decreasement. Wait, so if I put in the same gene, I put kinship cost down M. Okay, let's say I have both kinship cost down M and XL. Do they stack? Because I heard that they don't. It would just only take like the XL effect and the M would be redundant. I mean, that's what I heard anyway. Or maybe I can just like give the, what's it again? Kinship cost down? Yeah, this one XL. Just replace it with the M1. I can replace the XL. Oh no, I can use this one to replace the M1. Sorry, English is weird for me. They don't stack, right? Okay. So they will only take XL. They should be in the description whenever possible. Me wishes for. True. both M and XL can be on the same grid and they stack? Are you sure? I don't think they stack. But I do kind of want to get Salt in Wound. Because Trap Cyclone is guaranteed. But I have to get rid of... Oh, Heavy Spear? What is this? Accuracy is low, but a strike will be crit. Oh, guaranteed crit? Ooh. Doog. What is this? A star meter is said it has been upgraded. I should really check up all these. WiMdyBoi. Lock on, Heavy Spear, Rock Shooter. Wow. Have up, then Protector. Merciless. Spend more kinship charge to unleash skills at full power. Increase skill power somewhat. Oh, all out. Oh, I heard of that. There's so many fire monsters. Meat has not felt gift. No, okay. Oh wait, he has. Non-elemental attack boost. I have that on XL already. Inflict rate up 1000 blades. Wait, I heard 1000 blade is good, isn't it? My can have crit M and L and they stack. But Narix has been telling me that both of the same gene don't stack. But it's okay though. I don't think I want to have two of the same gene at once for now. Status Chaser. S Salt in Wound? What does it even mean? Sharpened Blade. Huh? Attack and crit rate. Ooh. I kind of want 1000 blades, but I feel I have enough attacking skills. I might need some like supporting gene. Well, might. Definitely. Then Divine Blessing. Divine Blessing? Oh shit. Oh, you have 1000 blades as well. High chance to inflict bleeding. Oh. Plus this and Salt in Wound. Wait, let me check WiMdyBoi real quick. Okay, all resistance, Ruinous Strike. I already gave you Ruinous Strike. God damn it. You do have Sonic Strike. But it's ice. But I like it though. I'm not gonna replace that one. King Cost down L. It's okay. I'll keep the King Cost down L. It seems it's difficult to find answers for stories too. Google love ones too much. Oh, Google. Oh, Google. Can't believe it. Yeah, let's get Salt in Wound. Who has Salt in Wound again? Is it you? Yeah, Salt in Wound plus XL. Here, give it to me. I know it's another Kushala. It's okay. I can always tell. I can always like when Narix says like Narix help. As him. Oh. Oh, that's how you upgrade it. If it's not the same size for the gene, the new one will replace the old one. If they had the same power, however, it will go to +1, +2 if you put another of the same gene on top of it. It's easier to do with duplicate monsters like Yen Kuku. Bring all of these attacks to +2 and whatever else you want that goes to a common gene. You can place a fire resistant gene on one location and place a fire resistant on a higher level or lower level of different. In a different place on the grid, making the ability stack. Which means it's possible for all 4 types of fire resistance on the same monster. So complicated enemy can't claim it to be plush. I'm just not gonna put the same gene into one monster easy. Here, let me put Salt in Wound. Only plus 5%? Sure, I'll take it. Now he's gonna kill me. It's like, apa itu? Why you make Kushala into non-elemental? Apa kamu buat? Okay, do my what do you have? Oh, 6 defense maximum. Okay, defense. Oh, so 6 vitality, 3 defense. Oh, didn't mean to do that. Sorry. Instinct. When I see L1, I press. 6 vitalities, 3 defense. Give me your items. Thank you. Nice. Alright, all good, all good. Let's go back to the Elder Lair and try again. How do I get... Okay. Can genes be removed in some way or tested on something that you don't need? Easiest way to stack genes and check stats. I don't know. I'm not good with that kind of stuff. Okay, this time I brought WiMdyBoi. This should be way easier. At least, alright. So long as I don't die, it'll be fine. Yeah, I have all resistant up. All good. Oh, hey, where'd you come from? WiMdyBoi is amazing in damage department. Well, I know that for a fact because ground cut T. I forgot to use this. Deadly Horn Chap. I forgot what Brachiodos does. Power? Oh yeah, power. Yeah, let's do a double attack. WiMdyBoi! Oh my god, I forgot how painful Conchu is. Oh, don't do Trap Cyclo. Okay, you do this then. That 360 is not even that painful. Deadly Horn Chap against that thing? You're not aiming for me. You're doing something else. I don't know what you're trying to do, and I'm scared. You know what? How about this? Oh, text you. Oh, I forgot. Fuck. It's okay. I can heal up. Dear shit. Didn't die. Oh shit. Why do you keep kill? For the love of God, WiMdyBoi is gonna die. Let's cheer, it's fine. Wait, no, what is Brachiodos gonna do? If you don't see it, yeah, I know. I played this game for a bit. It's either AoE or they do a skill or they buff. It's just... yeah, those kind of stuff. I'm just gonna write, whatever. It's too early, I'm not gonna think too much. Let's go kill! Kushala the best! Dude, Kushala is like my first ever dragon that I simped. Kushala good! Oh yeah, I'm still getting tech sealed, right? Oh wait, no, I can tech. Hey yo, I can tech? Didn't you do slime charge? I thought you did slime charge. Just bonk, just bonk. Oh, I never bonked you though, but I know that I can shoot your tail. Oh wait, I rode, that's why tech seal is gone, I'm stupid. Reverb can cut. Ground slash P. Oh wait, it loses against speed attack though. Reverb bro, stupid! Don't do that. Oh, fine. I cannot see Reverb bro doing ground slash P. I'll charge. Oh, 1k, 1k easy. Is the fire resistance just an example of a rare stat which does stack? Otherwise it would be the easiest Droxen with hits with HP, I think. Probably. Oh, HP is a good idea. Elder Dominance. You are not aiming. Yes, you're not aiming. I think you're doing AoE. I'm just gonna shoot you instead. Yeah, Great Smasher. What? Elder Dominance can miss? Oh boy, it hurts. I mean, we are healing. I can tank this, I have all resistance up. Here, let's heal. Oh! Nice! Oh, hey! Body? Okay. No, don't do Trap Cyclone. I mean, you could try DSJ. Medium, light. Oh, medium? Alright, medium it is. Get him! Woo! Poor thing. My condolences to those who go against Reverb Bro. Reverb Bro! Examacos Gen is 3 fire resistance Gen Gene SL and XL. Decrease fire damage near 76%. Shut the fuck up, Naviru! No. Wait, yes. Fuck. Okay, fine. Wait, but I haven't done... No, you know what? Today, I'm gonna go against that piece of fucking... the bodyguard. Half of genes is something I both would go for and avoid. Go for because you turn monster into a tank. Avoid when monster is packed with many power. Yeah. It's all about the build. Dang. Creep. Stink. I mean, I can always confirm with my veteran. If Narix is here, I can always confirm about it. Because, you know, Narix is like pretty much a veteran in this game. He plays too much of this. Oh, hey! Oh no, why is there so many Conchu? Why is there so many Oh my god. They're all aiming for WiMdyBoi. Oh my god. Why the fuck would you do that? Can you at least negate 1 damage, I think. Double control is not going to be too painful. At least I can negate 1 damage. Here, let's go. Let's do it. Let's do it. Change weapon. Studied story 2 for a long time. I haven't got an XL fully upgraded. Oh yeah, what's up, Crit? I recently found that caffeine finishes clearing out of my system faster than it can have an effect on me, so that's why caffeine don't work on me. Oh, that's kind of cool. I think the all resistance is doing something. DSJ. DSJ. Giving DSJ for Kushala is the funniest thing I ever done. Oh shit. Okay, let's just heal for now. Revive, bro. Oh, didn't work. Elder Dominance? Oh yeah, you can do that, hell yeah. If you're doing Elder Dominance, let me double check something real quick. Okay, only one is aiming. Oh. Long. Long. Yeah, you can do Elder Dominance. So I think... Oh! Glyphness must be doing AoE or charge up. Focus power? Sheesh. Long. Let's just cheer. See what they do. Yeah, okay. It's just charge up. Yeah. Nice. 6. 3. What a big difference. Holy shit, Elder Dominance. Why are you trying to DHA? DHA, you know, you can do DHA, it's fine. I'm gonna try and bonk the shit of the conchus. Imagine DSJ doing DSJ stuff. The damage. That's why I love Elder Dominance so much. Trap Cyclone is good. Are you all aiming for... Oh shit. Oh, 2. Okay. Well, I think Trap Cyclone is... I did cheer. I think it's probably gonna kill. Then I'll bonk this one. Nice. Oh, that's kind of bad. Oh, my condolences. Oh, my condolences, Glyphness. I'm so sorry for you. Oh god, you're gonna get Dragon Tremor Slash. Oh boy. Well, it sucks to be you. Oh my god. I'm sorry, Glyphness. Oh my god. Easy 3k. Easy. I'm gonna love Reverberate. Trap Cyclone? Oh shit. I mean, have I done Metal Overture? No, okay. Flame Chakram? Oh, am I dead? I think that 66! Cool. Body, tail. I kinda want your tail though. Let's focus fire on tail for a little bit. Nah, they can slowly heal, it's fine. This is gonna hurt now. Elder Dominance, okay, cool. I'm just gonna shoot it. I forgot what Glaveness does, you know, I don't care, I'm just gonna shoot. Ground slash P. Oh! Oh, that still hurts like a bitch. Oh my god. That still hurts like crazy. Oh, don't do Trap Cyclone. How about I keep doing Row in the Strike? It's fine. I'm gonna try to get the tail. Scorching Blade? Oh, that's AoE. The damage! It's so stupid. Okay, it's back to power, Hopefully I can get the tail. Get him! Nice! Elder Dominance OP. It went for 70 something damage from Conchu to 3. Moisturize? Oh yeah. Oh, that's still on fire. I'm stupid. Oh yeah, let me moisturize. All good. I need to find... Oh yeah, it's not here. The bodyguard, the double bodyguard, what is it again? Celtas and... one of them. Oh, Celtas and Black Gravios, that one. Oh, that fight's a bitch. It was that fight last week that made me pissed. Like, I was molding over it. Celtas is speed, right? Let's do a double attack. Oh, that's not good. Let's try it. Nice. Oh my god, the goddamn bug is so painful. Nice. Another Trap Cyclone? No, I'll take that. It is now power, if I remember correctly. Yeah, it's not power, it's not power. It keeps aiming for me. I cannot heal. I cannot I need to heal. Oh, it got paralyzed. Nice, nice. Ah, I see. But you're doing Elder Dominance. How about this? Oh wait, no, don't aim in the head. Ground slash S. Oh, my condolences. Is the stomach broken? No, right? Yeah. I mean, it's almost dead. Just kill it. I could have gnawed off, so I hope my tip helps. Alright, Serpena. Have good sleep. Hyper breath, right? Hyper breath. Hyper breath, I need to kill it. But I don't know if this is gonna... I should have healed. I'm stupid. It's okay. I mean, maybe DSJ kill? Maybe? Come on, DSJ. I mean, yeah. Not the conchu. Just bonk the conchu first. Oh, nice. Trip Cyclone? Oh yeah. Oh, hi Fluffy Foxy. Damn, look at those moves. Welcome in. Hope you're doing good. Oh my god, damage. That makes it technical, I think. Or is this still power? No, I think it's still power. I don't remember. I'm gonna see. Ah, yeah, it's speed. And hold on, okay, okay. So you could just woke up. 6:23 AM. Oh, that's quite early. Oh. Nice. Yeah, people couldn't game for same time zone. Oh, you're right. It is the same time zone with you. No damage because it's ice element. Elder Dominance? I think it aims at you, right? Oh no, okay. Elder Dominance sounds good. I'm just gonna shoot it. Almost time to add. Alright, thanks for being patient with my ad. I'll thank you afterwards. Once you're back. Okay, you're back. Alright, thank you for being patient with my ads. I did have revenue share of 55% on, so I'm sorry you have to go through that. But I appreciate it. 5. Damn. Yeah, I'm sorry about that, but also thank you. Big appreciate to that one. I think the tail... I think I can kill the tail of this. Use twist, don't need to say sorry. Oh, then thank you. Big appreciate then. Oh, is it gonna be Flame Chakram? Oh god. Oh, it's okay, there's Elder Dominance. Oh, it's Tailblade, okay. Nice. Oh! Well. No, don't do Trap Cyclone. What if this happens to be one hit KO? It's gonna be so funny. Okay, let's try it. One hit KO. I'm doing it. Oh yeah. Oh, it didn't happen. Nice. Oh, that feels good. I feel like WiMdyBoi might be able to do that. We might be able to do it with WiMdyBoi. Because Trap Cyclone is good, Elder Dominance is super good, and it's all like AoE stuff. I think it's gonna work. Today might be the day. And also I'm bringing Reverbero, so it makes it a lot easier. It was 4 attack instead of 1, but still yay. Yeah. Well, one hit KO because Deadly Horn Jab, the skill that I have for WiMdyBoi, has a low chance of inflicting one hit KO. So that's what I'm going for. Oh my god. Oh, you don't have enough to do Trap Cyclone. Am I gonna die from this? No way I'm dying from this. Oh my god, why is everyone aiming for me? Technical attack, Self-Touch is speed. I could... can I use that? Which one are you aiming at? I don't think I'm gonna die. Let's aim for the head. Yeah, I need to negate the fucking AoE. Oh, I can! Nice! Oh my god. It's so painful. Okay, Elder Dominance is gonna help. It's aiming at... Yeah, that's fine, that's fine. Now it's a good time to do this. Woo. 12, 17. It's too good. Yeah, let me bonk the ultra off real quick. The ground slash P. Oh. Oh my god. Oh shit, who was he aiming at? I forgot. Oh god. It's fine, it's fine. Oh my god, that's a full heal. There's an actual full heal. Really? I'll take the hit. I need to get rid of the stench. Oh, roundhouse tail, this is bad. Ay. Oh my god, oh my god. Oh my god, the bad luck, I cannot believe. 2 crits at once? I hate it. Hit legs. Nice, thank you, River Bro. Hyper Breath? It feels like Hyper Breath. Yeah, it feels like Hyper Breath for this one. It's gonna do 1 turn. I could charge. Charge? Kinsip? Attack, maybe. Or maybe charge and attack and I don't care. No, I need to care. I cannot don't care. Just charge first, it's fine. Yeah, 2 turns of Hyper Breath. I wonder... How about this? Elder Dominance. And I'm gonna shoot it. I believe in Elder Dominance. Hi, Malicious McTime. Hope you're doing good. You didn't do Elder... Whoa! Oh good, no one died. Okay, at least we're safe for now. Oh no. Can you not? I'm gonna ride. Can I let you do any more AoE? Oh, I cannot heal. It's speed though, Riverto, you're gonna lose. Oh boy. Nah, Riverto can tank this, it's fine. Oh, yep. No damage. Already mad. Oh, nice. Oh, didn't crit. Already hyper breath? I mean, you're already dead, but still. Like every time when I fight the double bodyguard, the Celtas and Blade Gravios fight, it's always Celtas that's a problem because Celtas is too much AoE. There. There they are. I'm not too sure what else I can do. I mean, there's nothing else that I can, like, upgrade? AoE damage or AoE healing? AoE damage, that's what Celtas do. Celtas doesn't heal, like, at all. But Celtas is a lot of AoE damage. And very strong as well. WiMdyBoi speed, it's... Oh, you need technical. We need to get Celtas first. Like, at all costs, we need to kill Celtas so fast. Gravios power. Oh, there's one Conchu as well. And God, I might need you to do Elder Dominance now. Yeah, I have to negate Tail Sweep. Good, good. Oh yeah. Oh, this still hurts like a bitch. Oh my god. Denny Hon Jet power? No, no, no. We have to do this. I have to negate that shit. God, I need to heal WiMdyBoi. Oh my god, it's a heat laser. Oh no. Oh, thank god. Okay. Oh. How am I supposed to heal like this? Who can heal WiMdyBoi? Oh my god, I'm gonna die. Bet. Bet. Bet on DSJ? DSJ. Alright, bet. Bet. It's foul gas. Oh, WiMdyBoi is dead. Ah, god damn it. Well. Not off to a good start, not gonna lie. Ooh. Okay, maybe you need to do this. They're both doing something. Conchu must be dancing, I think. Yeah, Conchu is like dancing to add defense. Oh no, oh you are taking River Bro? Okay, okay. Nice, nice, nice. Oh no. Oh no. I cannot get. I'm stenched. There's no chance for me to do anything. Oh my god. This is bad. This is all kinds of bad. Two of them is aiming for me. Celtas might be doing AoE. That's the problem. Oh gosh, I'll take the death of this one. Yeah, he... Oh, it's only power attack? Well... Heat laser, though. Oh! Heat laser! Oh no. Yep. Okay, Conchu is dead at least. Hyper breath? Oh my god, hyper breath? Oh shit, that's hyper breath! We're not stench anymore. Yeah, Monster Hunter is way easier to play than this. Oh, I forgot Elder Dominus is slower. I'm gonna die! No, not today. I could tank, but I don't know if WiMdyBoi can handle Hyper Breath. Okay, WiMdyBoi, you have to be faster. I beg. I beg. You need to be faster. It's all up to you. And I'm gonna tank this. I'm not even gonna counter. I'm gonna guard. For love of God. Just Elder Dominance first. Oh, thank God. Okay, good. Yes. Oh! What are you aiming for? Oh, okay. Maybe I could try paralysis. I'll try it. Yeah, tail sweep and heat laser. Oh, nice. Ground slash P. Thank you. That's good. We have a chance. Just don't mess up. DSJ on Black Gravios. Imagine this kills Gravios. It would be so funny. Who is Celtas aiming at though? Oh shit, okay. Celtas, God, I cannot. I need to ride. Need to heal up the missing health. This will negate all of them. Not very worth, not gonna lie, because they are both not doing special attacks. Nice. God, Celtas is too tanky. Elder Dominance, thank God. Okay, good, you do that. It got paralyzed. Oh! All good. Oh my God, yes. Ground slash T. Yeah, I think River Bro is killing Gravios. Celtas is aiming for Reverb Bro, I think. Uh-oh. Just go ham on... Yeah, let's go ham on Gravios first. I mean, it's already down. Nice. Nice. Oh! Okay. Wait, Gravios is so... Wait, Gravios is so weak? Is that my... That's... I've been focus firing on Celtas and Celta is so tanky. Gravios is not tanky at all? Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh, I hate it. I hate it. I cannot believe it. No fucking way. I need you to do Elder Dominance right now. I mean, even though the buff is the debuff is still there, but like I need you to do it now. And I think I need to heal Reverb, bro. But Gravity Laser with damage? Yeah, Gravity is all damage but not tanky at all. I should have ended... I should have killed Gravios first. Nice. Yeah. Technical attack. Oh, WiMdyBoi, you're so clever. Okay, good. So Gravios is damage but not tanky at all. It has way less health than Celtas. Like, way less health. I did it. Reverb bro, thank you. Well, that's the gripe gone. We killed the bodyguard, now we can go for the next floor. So ace for 1, I think it's 1, it says 2600 HP. 3600 is so less, like Reverb bro can kill in 2 hits. I mean, you know, technically 2 hits. Because each ground cut costs like 1k, maybe 3 hits, maybe 3 hits. Yeah, this is a lot less health. If 2600 is Gravios? Man. I mean, Gravios is not even pissed and then it's already dead. To be fair, we did knock it down. It's okay. At least we can go back now. Gosh, I love the sound of Kushala's walk cycle or run cycle. It's pure metal. Long toes. Kushala looks good. Like, Kushala is the first ever dragon that I just have my brain melted. With a cool pattern, I know, right? There's no reason to not like Kushala, honestly. Kushala is too good. Hey, I'm back after 2 days. Oh, 2 weeks. So those claws aren't just for show after all. I suppose you have proven your strength. But don't get ahead of your whiskers. The final zone holds a formidable challenge, the likes of which you couldn't imagine. Can't tell if this crazy cat's still dissing us or not. We've been dissed. Alright, here we go. There's a reason why I love Kushala so much. Although I think it's safe to say a lot of people don't like Kushala because of the Kushala's fight. It's not fun in Monster Hunter World. In World, the fight against Kushala is so painful. Which is kind of funny, to be honest. It's so painful to a point where people call Kushala having a Kushala syndrome. A Kushala syndrome. Like, people say Alatran has a little bit of a Kushala syndrome. Like, too fast, and then it has the dragon wind pressure. If you don't have like negate dragon wind pressure, oh, don't even expect to fight it. And the body is hard as fuck, which is fair, Hi Narix. You missed it, but I did it. With Reverbro and WiMdyBoi. I did build up a little bit of my WiMdyBoi this morning, or just now. Saw the end of it? Nice. I was abusing Elder Dominance a little bit. Didn't really abuse Trap Cyclone. I built Kushala to have like a bit of a non-elemental damage. Here. Non-elemental, like Might Gene, Ruinous Strike, Deadly Horn Jab. You know, there's like Salt in Wound because Trap Cyclone, and all elemental defense boost. Of course, even Harmony Gene and this Sonic Strike. I don't think I want to remove Sonic Strike just because of how cool it looks. But yeah, these are the genes I have for WiMdyBoi. I think it works quite well. Cyclone Strike doesn't trigger Salt in Wound. Ah, fuck. It's okay, Salt in Wound is cool. It doesn't? All along, I've been lied to. It was Salt in Wound XL. Oh, Narix. It's a field status, not an enemy status. Oh fuck. Okay. Does Gene stack? Because this morning someone said that fire resistant genes can stack if they have like fire resistant S, fire resistant L, and XL, and their fire resistant went up to like 76%. And they say that the genes stack. Is that true? Because I remember you guys telling me that the same genes doesn't stack. Yeah, 76%. Is it sus or is it not sus? Yeah, genes don't stack. Like at all, right? Special failfire? Only highest counts. Yeah, that's why that's why I said. Well, they did insist on saying that they stack. So I don't know how I feel about that. Oh! That's level 4? Oh my god, that's level 4. What? Unless he meant having all resistant plus specific rest. He said fire resistance S, fire resistant L, and fire resistant XL. Okay, then I can go for the next one. the 7th floor. The next one will make me pull my hair out again. Oh no. I'm gonna play Skyrim. Oh shit. Is it gonna be a very specific pattern again? No. I will play Skyrim. Oh wait, no, Serpena, I have no idea. Sorry. I have no idea. Hi. Oh well, in all my 9 lives, I never thought I'll see anybody make it this far. I've got a meowster ready for you. Stay within the specified turn. If I exceed the number, it's game over. And I'm not kidding. I'm not kidding. Good luck. Oh fuck. Oh boy. Get the legs, get the legs. Get the legs. I need to cut the legs. Oh wait, I can only get stomach. Stomach. Stomach is bonk, right? Stomach is bonk. I kind of vaguely remember this. What if DSJ is triggered? It would be so funny if DSJ triggers. So this floor is all about doing the right move. Okay. Double attack? I think I messed up, did I? It's not bonk, isn't it? Yeah, it's not bonk. Yeah, you can do Elder Dominance all you want, it's fine. It's bonk? Wait. But they cross out the bonk. It's okay. I can, you know, this one is all fucking experimenting on what to do. I mean, I guess bonk is the right idea. That's an AoE. I can shoot it. Oh, it's huh? Oh. You're welcome, Reverbero. That's weird. Did we change? Okay, now it's shooting. I don't know what it does. You broke the stomach, now the stomach is weak. So bonk first and then shoot after then. Okay, okay. Let's charge, see what it does. Oh, fuck. Okay, well. It's technical. That's good to know, but I'm dead. We all sleepy sleep now. Good night. Ooh. Oh, I'm the one that's sleeping? Wake up, wake up, wake up. Wake me up. Wake me up. Remember, you're not helping. Am I awake? I'm awake. Remember, is not helping with all the taunting. I need to get hit to wake up. Hey. Thanks, Reverbero. delicious. Do I even have enough damage to kill it? Please, Reverb Bro, not like this. I need the head-to-head extra damage. Reverb Bro, I'm pulling Reverb Bro away for this one. Ugh. Reverb Bro, I blame you for this one.
The Winderas, Gravios.
The Winders. What monthly does damage at all for this fight or not? But there's a specific partner for this fight. Can I, you know, I'm gonna try doing it alone. Well, try anyway. I don't know what's gonna happen if I go in alone. Probably lose, but worth a try, worth a try. The winner is Gravios. The fucking Repair Bro keep taunting the damage. Hey. I need you to leave for now. You're ditching me? Fine. I'll walk back to Lucian all alone. Oh, Rivere Bro, thanks. You the best. Maybe I could bring a proper bonk for this. Oh no. I need water element, right? Water element. What is this? Sleep Seal Chaser? Oh no. No one can do sleep. Water, please. Ooh. Sleep Seal Chaser. Another Sleep Seal? Hello? Teddy bear. Oh, spaghetti, there's no water element. Oh, all water are sleep seal. Oh, okay, okay. Oh, this one costs sleep. No, that's a combo if I ever see one. Never mind. KT hammer. Throw hammer is para poison. Oh shit, you're right. I just looked at it too. I cannot make it. I don't have Kucherov. I'm the simple Kucherov. I'm the sniff. I get crushed. I can make a Plesio of hammer. I mean, for funzy, let's do this. Are you stonks enough? No. Safe to say no. Safe to say, I'm not stonks enough for KT. No way. Did I pray? Let's pray for damage. Oh, it's battle result plus 88. Wait, what? Oh, it's the charm. Deal once. After I try this one, then yeah, let's do it. But don't blame me because I'm very slow. And when I'm choosing the move, the timer still goes on. It's kind of tough, but I'll try my best. I'll try to be very... See, the thing is, indecisiveness is what I do always, and it's painful. We can split out and apply DSJ to Braki Asta. Wait, my Kushala has DSJ. Does that work? I have DSJ on Kushala. See? DSJ. Is there any genes that can make DSJ happen more often? Like more chance of DSJ happening? I don't think so. And they might be a little bit too OP. Maybe not, definitely not. Oh, just upgrading it? Oh shit. So I need white monobloss. And I need that deadly horn jab, baby. I have one more like 10, 20, 30. 30%? 30% is insane though. Okay, bomb first. Hey, I'm now stronger now. I'll bonk you. Hit. And I'll do chaser. I mean, it's not gonna do a lot, but at least I can play with it. The big boy bonk. Chop. That's a lot of fucking damage. That's so much damage. Okay, shoot it, shoot it. Okay. Lower defense. Lower defense, Pog, alright. There's like chance of winning. It's gonna do sleep gas. How can I even avoid this? I mean, I could do absolute evasion, but it's gonna waste a turn. Nah, I'm just gonna shoot it. It's technical. It's fine. Oh shit, it's beam! I mean, that works, right? No line is beam, not get. Oh, okay, okay. So, is this gonna be another beam? I'm gonna keep paralyzing you, you little shit. Not enough damage though. Oh, it's back to killer tackle. I didn't see it. DSJ. Okay, that's line, that's sleep gas. Got it, got it. But then my raw damage is not enough. It's gonna be a beam. What if I charge and rapid shot? I think charge and rapid shot is even more worth at this point. Because paralysis shot is the same as normal attack. Beam one shots you in range, pretty sure. Oh shit. Well, I'm glad. Let's go paralysis. Easy game. Shoot up! Yeah, it deals a lot more damage. Yeah, I'm just gonna do this. And I got a power shot for free. But this is the last turn though. I think it's actually possible if I keep charging and rapid shot. This is the last turn, so I'm just gonna shoot it. I think Cyclone Struck deal extra damage, right? Ooh. Yeah, it's Cyclone deal extra damage. Like 100 or something. Okay, let's try again. Where's the... What about Soldier Boy? Oh, you want to bring Soldier Boy? Oh, Soldier Boy! Wait, Soldier Boy is water. I never tried it. Let's try Soldier Boy. Hey, beautiful. Look at you. Oh my god. I really love the whiskers they have. Oh my god, it's so spiky. Soldier Boy has maximum nutrients, I think. Oh. Okay. Let's do it. Soldier Boy is water, but Soldier Boy... Wait, they don't do damage though, do they? Because it's so... I'm the only one that can do damage, right? That's why. Unless I'm wrong. I don't know. Well, we'll see. We'll see. Double attack! Get bonk! Speed! Yeah! What do you have? I mean, speed attack is like... What the? It's fine. Yeah, let's shoot it. Two. It might do damage if it does water stuff. I'm just not sure. It's okay. We're here to experiment. It's spreading beam. It's not enraged, it's fine. 2 is good number. How about 1 though? Oh! Damn, no fucking way. Oh, spam that shit. Dude, spam that shit. Put it in. Oh no. Is this gonna be sleep gas? Oh, it's technical attack? I'll take it. Nice. Let's go, Soldier Boy. How about if I try double attack? Oh, he got paralyzed. He got paralyzed. I fucking hate paralyzed now. You bitch. You bitch! I was trying to do double attack. Oh, hi Leon. How are you doing? What's with the evasion? Shoot it! Ooh. Oh dude, that's kind of a close call. It doesn't kill. Anything that costs water defense down. Not my Soldier Boy. Soldier Boy. I love you, Soldier Boy. What the defense down? Who has it? Wretched Water calls Thunder defense down. Water defense down. Where's the gene info? Can I look at it? Oh, there it is. Yeah, lower speed and thunder defense. Inflict burn. Not you. Snow spray. Inflict skill seal. Stun and lower. Icicle? Diamond wave? Moderately boosts the user's defense for 3 turns. Inflict burn. Inflict burn. Killer crush. This one is... Yeah, this one is all thunder. Queen's Judgment. High chance to remove buff from all enemies. Poison? I mean, poison. Deals heavy and non-elemental damage to all enemies. Medium chance to inflict poison for 3 turns. Lower chance to inflict burn for 3 turns. Deal heavy fire damage to 1 enemy. But it's fire though. I could try using Golthian. Just try it, huh? Right, might as well just test everything at this point. What if I do the biggest of brain? I can inflict burn, inflict poison, inflict all the dots in there. I can stack them. Oh, hey, I can try that. All right, let's try it. Oh, I'm excited. I'm excited. Cool people don't get hit apparently. Well, I guess I'm not. I'm nowhere as cool then. Bonk it. One. This one is the best. Big bonk. Spin. One. One. Okay, do not do paralysis, just shoot it. Right, don't use paralysis. I'll take it. No poison? Did it say ineffective? I didn't see it, sorry. I mean, burn might be ineffective. I mean, it's literally just stone. This is spreading beam. You can try this. I got a charge. I want to see it again. Can you inflict venom? It didn't say ineffective. Ow. Oh boy. I could try do double attack then. I need power attack. Hong Kong knife or WiMdyBoi? WiMdyBoi. Again? Spreading beam? I don't think I can survive that shit. What if I bet on... What if I bet on avoid? Oh, what if I... Okay, how about the next time I try WiMdyBoi coming in? Do the trap cyclone and then change to Hong Kong knife boy inflict burn. Well, the thing is, if I'm gonna try to inflict burn on this little guy here. Let's try it. And then I'm just gonna charge, I don't care. Alright, it's fine. I'm just gonna charge. You... High chance inflict burn. Yeah, let's try do the burn. I'm just gonna charge. Don't worry about it. Inflict burn! Ineffective. Okay, good. Good to know, good to know. Okay. Venom, it didn't say ineffective on Venom though. Here, try again. You want to hit for this fight? Oh, a hint, good. Yeah, it just doesn't do Venom. I mean, it's medium chance, but still. Spreading beam. Yeah, it just doesn't do poison. Wow! All these Reta tend to do the floor scratching thing. I think it's kinda cute when they do that. It's an intimidation thing similar to animals in real life. Oh, true! It's why Narga slams the attack on the floor too. Yeah! I saw that. I noticed that detail. It's like, oh, that's kinda cute. Although I know it's for intimidation purposes. But it's so adorable when they do that. Okay, WiMdyBoi cause... Oh, maybe not. You know what? We bring Soldier Boy because now we know Soldier Boy can cause Soul Flame Trap damage. WiMdyBoi can cause Trap Cyclone damage. So we switch in between these two. Alright, we switch in between these two. Let's go. Oh, maybe I can change a bow. Yeah, I was thinking about that as well, Narix. I can change the bow to the Royal Ludroth bow. Hey, let's go. Let's go make it. Loud and fast movement. Downgrade to do more damage, 4 head. It's 12 head at this point. Hey. Spread paralysis coating. Let me just look at all the bows first. This one's the same, right? Oh no, it's not the same. It's spread. Spread sucks. I don't like spread. I like rapid fire. That is rapid fire power coating. It's so good. It's so dang good. It's WiMdyBoi as well. WiMdyBoi number 1. Yes. Yes. Oh my god, I cannot believe it. No. Where's Ludroth? Where can I get Ludroth? I need answers. I need to go find Ludroth real quick. I mean, I think I can quick finish Ludroth. Elder Led's at 4. Oh, that's easy. Okay, okay. Even though the spread seems like a decent thing with the right context. Oh yeah, the spread is really good in like the Monster Hunter the Monster Hunter main game, but for Pokemon Monster Hunter stories, it's terrible. It's a no from me. Wait, no, I went the wrong way. Hey, Ludroths. I came for your pelts. You just have to sit down, give me your pelts. Just need to go for watery area. Watery area up there. I'll try to avoid as much fight as possible. I'll try to anyway. Ludrofu! Look at you, spongy boy. You the best. I forgot to bring reverb, bro. Oh, nice. Yeah! I think there's 2. Oh! I found 1, so there's like 1 of them? More? 1 left? I think I'm just gonna find the watery area and just like start from there. Oh, you get out. I mean, I know more specific stuff, but for common monsters, I don't refight. I just Google. Fair. I cannot believe you don't know where Ludroth is. Yeah, I cannot believe it. You need to make Poitera bow, whatever the bow name is. You just like zone down. Oh god! Oh, moisturize? Okay. Wait, let me get the Ludroth first real quick. For real. Alright, for real. Not down. Not down. Then down. Center of the whole place. East from where... Oh, where's east? East is right. I think east is right. Is it? I hope it is. If not, I look dumb. Like, I genuinely don't know what... I always confuse west and east because I don't... I only know left and right, alright? I don't know south and east. But of course, you know, south and east is easier in terms of like looking at maps, because left and right could be like where are you looking at? Which left and which right? So I can kind of get that. Oh mama. I'm okay.
Godro pet.
Oh, Shineku! Oh my god, hi. It's been a while. Thank you for the subscribe. Oh my god. 17 months, crazy. How are you doing? How was... I saw you play Temple of Snake. How was it? The game looks brutal. Like they're just people trying to cut your tail off. Oh, rough. It's hard as fuck. I saw. It's so funny as well. People just like cut off the tail. It's like, hard out for Snake. People are just bullying Snake for whatever reason. Cannot believe it. I don't know why, but that game looks funny to me. And that Snake looks like you. I mean, color-wise. And up clockwise then ESW. Clockwise. Oh, so east is right. Okay. Where's my promised wonderland of Royal Ludroth? Where's my spongy boy? Why there's so much Yen Garuga here? I'm finding spongy boy, please. I think 1 more should be good. I've been here. Hey, Narix, what does down mean? Oh my god. He's right under you. Really? Oh, fuck, you're right. This should be enough. At least with this boy I can spam. Did you actually go one for... No, I didn't. You didn't see anything. I found it right after you told me about it. Easy. I know where it is. I know where it is all along. Don't worry about it. Hey, I'm here to upgrade my weapon. Oh my god, that might not be enough. Hey, Ludrov, I think I might need... I need more Ludrov. I need more WiMdyBoi. Why would they give me like the rare materials? Oh yeah, oh yeah. Uh-huh. What's up with that? Why is it not enough? Because a smaller drop eats up a few drop slots. Oh my god, you're right. But then this place, all the WiMdyBoi has like Spongy Baby. Like accompanying WiMdyBoi. It's okay now, we can just keep spamming this too. Make them retreat, then attempt to wake them up in the den. Oh, I can throw paintballs. Also, propagate and what's more drop per part broke. They have to fight them properly. Alright, fine. I'll do it. Oh, they want bonk? Oops. Weak point lightning? Oh, nice! Nice. What are you doing? Are you aiming at... Oh, you are? Vietnam sweep. That's good. Oh, nice. That's good damage. I forgot it became technical. Skill seal resistance? Nice. Time for me to go late lunch. Which means I won't be around for KT. It's okay, it's okay. Have good lunch, Narix. Go eat. Is it aiming for me? Oh, it's technical. Oh boy. I need power. Oh, nice. Venusaur is 30% chance for T1 poison without upgrading, compared to Venom Queen, which is 60% chance for T3 poison without upgrading. Upgrades at plus 10%. So 90% for Venom Queen? Venom Queen? Oh my god. Venom Queen is one target only. 8%. Fuck. Oh, 2 upgrades. Okay, okay. But man, I mean, single target is good enough. Is it pissed? Yeah, it's still pissed. It's affected by status up. Oh shit. Wait, it's technical. What am I doing? It's technical. Doesn't mean that I need to do technical against it. Oh my god. Oh, don't die, please. Okay, okay, okay. Okay, now we can do this. Get him, WiMdyBoi. Been a while. Oh yeah. Damn, WiMdyBoi is so cool. Oh my god. %65%? Come on, come on. Nice, nice. Okay, okay. We good, we good. Yeah, it's a lot of Ludroth pelt now. Shut up, Naviru. And I can try to punt break more, get more stuff. That's why you see my H Narga always inflicts severe poison and bleed whenever I do them abilities. Yeah. Wake up! Wake up! Wake up! Wake up! Wake up! Wake up, WiMdyBoi! Wake up! Hello? Also, I need to moisturize. It doesn't want to wake up. WiMdyBoi doesn't care. What the fuck? Okay, need to find another Ludroth. It was just below me, right? Or I could be wrong. It would be cool to have an attack option at the egg location. Yeah, true. I went wrong way. Fuck. Did I went the wrong way? It's okay. If I keep running, I'll be there. Niche, sure, but because extra value, but still. True. Maybe someday we'll get it. Ow. G Queen Gal is kinda soft. She's kinda soft. Like NGL. Oh, there it is, poison. I haven't seen Goldian's Kinsip. Let's do it. Goldian's Kinsip. Oh, this one's the same. The spin. Oh shit. Okay, this one's different. Oh my god. Okay. Me likey. A lot. Granted, the Monster Hunter plane is probably stupidly huge. Probably. He has multiple villages. That's all I know. Helm Hammers, hi. Thanks for the follow. Initiating Cobra Rebellion against the humans? Yeah. Against humans for the dragons. We need to rebel against them. Hi, how are you doing? No. Wait, but I'm a kobold. You're not supposed to hurt. No. You betray me. Yeah, there we go. Is it pissed? Yeah, it's still pissed. Oh my god. Mexicana, hi. Wow. Nice, nice, nice. Retreat? You... okay, well. Is this enough? Is this actually Monster Hunter? Yeah. This is Monster Hunter Stories. You get to ride monsters, you get to train them like Pokemon. It's basically Pokemon, but Monster Hunter. At least for one, I understand. After playing this game for a bit. So confused, never heard of this. At first, me too. Apparently, this is like the second game of this particular Monster Hunter Pokemon. It's called Monster Hunter Stories. There's one, and the one I'm playing right now is 2. So yeah. Interesting, right? Interesting. It was a big advertised deal on 3DS. Well, I don't own a 3DS. But I got lucky because, you know, Narek is like the veteran of Monster Hunter stuff. It's okay, I don't need that for now. I wish monsters would still follow me around when I'm in villages. They'll be so adorable. Oh my god, oh my god. It's still not enough. I'm just gonna quick finish them. Come here. Ooh. At least there's one tail. Can I get like the rare material for Royal Ludroth? Like 3, please. I kinda need it. Get a bunch of tail. Maybe that's enough. Alright, let's head back. I'm just trying to upgrade the weapon. I should play Monster Hunter Rise someday. Like, I should get back on playing it. You know, at least farm some AR. But then again, I've been hey! I've been quite engrossed in Skyrim. Oh my god. It's fine, it's fine. Don't worry about it, it's fine. Maybe just 2. I'm gonna part break them and then quick finish. How about that? Because part breaking gives extra item. It would be cool if the partner would be gathering or something instead of dialogue. I know. Like at least when the partner going to gather some materials, I can shut it out. It's too annoying. I hate Naviru. 2 gathering particle stronk. Well, at least let Naviru gather. I'm only level 16 in Skyrim. I have golden saint armor on the new character. I don't know what golden saint armor is, but maybe that's good. That sounds good. Shoot him! They deals no damage. Oh my god. Like up until this point, I have no idea what the rare material for Royal Ludroth is still. Nice, nice. DSJ, alright. Imagine if they implemented dunk bombs in this game to make small monsters flee. That would be so good though. Is it tail? Tail is only 3 points, isn't it? What? Kushala too stronk. Actually, it's Elder Dominance that's too stronk. Wait, why can't you use any skill? Oh, you got skill sealed! Oh, that's on you, man. That's low damage. Yeah, it's a crest. Okay, okay. Because I got a bunch of tail just now. Can you like do power attack, WiMdyBoi? I don't want you to die here. Oh my god. It's doing something. Whoa, Maximum Chaser first? Maximum Chaser is faster than Kinsip? Oh, that's huge. Although I did get a free crit out of it. Technical against... It's doing power, please, WiMdyBoi. Oh my god. Here, I'll bring Soldier Boy in here. And I'm just gonna throw paintball. Might as well, right? Might as well. Nice. Oh, the main. Same drop chance as Pitten's Fang, which you got earlier. What's a Pitten's Fang? God fucking... son of a junk. I would shit my pants. This game's too much sometimes. It's bullying me. This game sometimes is actively bullying me. We got the retreat. And now we just wake him up. Wake up. Wake up. Wake up. Don't sleep. Wake up. Wake up. Please. I need you to wake up. Oh! Thank you! And before you struck the luck, it's just a raw end. It works? DSJ didn't work. No, 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 no. Elder dominance, alright. Oh! Powerful attack 39. Here, you can DSJ it. I trust you. Get him! Good job, good job. It's all torrent sack. I got it. It's all it's all torrent sack. It rather gives me sack and not even a crest or main or the sponge. I don't know anymore this game sometimes. Jeez. Don't. Oh, I just did a Mario on them. Hey yo. I think I should try to get the stomach actually. Yeah, okay, I'll change weapon afterwards. Yeah, I didn't do as much. Oh my god, WiMdyBoi. Nice, nice. Elder dominance? Okay. Stomach seems harder to break. Like, a lot harder. Nice. Oh, that's why. Okay. Hey, before you broke the shit, I don't trust it. It's only 10%. It's fine. Wanna try again? Wanna try again? I'm so gonna regret this. That's a lot of damage. I didn't proc. Okay, throw. No, you're gonna kill it! I'm not gonna... don't press. Lose this one. It's fine. Oh my god! Hello, it's so painful. The things that I do for this game, I cannot believe it. The things that I do for this game, unbelievable. Unbelievable. Oh my god. The bitch killed me in one shot. There we go. Get out of here. Please retreat for the love of God. Just... This game, I swear to God, this game, I'm going back. I don't... Oh wait, I didn't mean to teleport here. Oops. Sorry, bad habit. I had to intentionally lose showdown a few times. I didn't think it's gonna kill me one shot. I mean, albeit, yes, WiMdyBoi is at low health, but still 200 damage for that? Oh. That's a little excessive. Just a little excessive. Alright, oh thank... Look! I don't know what it is! That's fucked! That's fucked up! Oh, I got a trophy. I'm the best at the game. Oh. Alright, let's do it. I should pray. For more damage? How about I get Might Charm? I can get more than that. What will I get if I offer all of my charm? Nice. Okay. Like when I was farming Pickle, cause it's low rank 1, so it did near to no damage to me. Lose showdown, half my HP. Oh? Half your HP, let's go. Okay, I'm still gonna try with the Trap Cyclone one. Throw away like 100 Adaman Charm to push pot to max level. Okay, you know what, that's fair, that's fair. If it works, it works, man. If it works, it works. Okay, okay. I got this. See, WiMdyBoi know what to do. Bonk 'em! The biggins! Oh yeah. That's good, that's good. Trap Cyclone? Oh my god, that's really good. Free, okay, change. Now Soldier Boy come in. And I'm gonna change weapon first. We get out some Kinsip. Yeah, time to spam Power Shotto. Power Shotto! Oh my god, that's good damage. That's also good damage. Do I have enough to do both? 25, no. Okay lah, I just shoot more. Sure, sure. Wait, it's technical, right? Yeah, sleep gas is technical. I almost forgot. Oh, hi Roxas. Why are you licking me like that? Sleep gas me? Oh, whoa, hey. Hey, do it. Wait, it's technical. He's still aiming for me. Get back to WiMdyBoi. Trap Cyclone. Nice. So much people today, only can eat now. Ooh, business is booming, huh? I guess that's good, no? Elder Dominance. Nice. Oh my god! Oh my god! It's okay. We have Elder Dominance, Trap Cyclone, all good, all good. Its defense is down. I can shoot it, I can shoot it. Nice! Easy! I cut my hair short, people think I'm a new wook. you have long hair for too long. That was true dancer? He knows defense anyway? Oh. Honestly, I have no idea. I just shoot. Amazing! This is class for a celebration. But before we get too carried away, we've got another Meowster ready for you. Really? Next one not hard, I don't believe.
Victory, 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 victory,
Why is it
victory,
shaking?
victory, 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 victory.
Gonna leave my hair long again anyway. Next one, Yay, new hair, new person. New hair, new person. I always love short hair, but at the same time, I love to have long hair. But also, I don't want to take care of it. I'm lazy, bitch. Hair does tend to make one look older, especially mustache and stuff like that. True, beard also. I'm keeping this bow. It's stonk. Maybe I should upgrade the new bonk as well. That's a no on that one. Okay, now we save first. Hair care is difficult. Yeah, it's very difficult. Me solidate that my hair needs basically no care to look alright. Just straighten and not care. That's you, not me. I figure... Nah, it's not that easy. Oh. I'll do one of these. God, the work cycle for Kushala is just too much. I'm gonna coom. You probably love Zone 8 and Zone 9 the most. Ooh, hello, hello, we've done well to come this far. I have a Meowster waiting for you back there. Pinky approves. Oh. Making leave house from bed and looks okay. Definitely not tail. I'm thinking shoot the head. No, alright. Maybe cut the head. Or bonk the head. I feel like bonk's the first thing to do. Yeah. Bonk it is. Or maybe not the head. We'll see. Oh, it is the head, okay. It is now speed. I know this. Bonk. Nice, Cyclone struck. Spin. Spin. Nice. So now do we shoot it? Or do we cut it? Oh, I think I need to break all the parts. Might as well test the bonk first. I'll bonk the tail, how about that? Oh, bonking tail? Yeah. It crossed off though. I think it's back to power. Yeah. Just gonna keep spinning. It's crossed off though. Oh, that's so weird. Let me try bonking the body. Oh, just try. Yeah, I don't know why I tried. Oh, no! I'm dead! Thanks. Thanks. Thanks, WiMdyBoi. How could you miss? Remember, Cliff, this is not it's not on all till he hits it. So I guess I need to get the body first? I'll cut the body. Just skill everything. Never hurts to skill. Oh, there is tail blade. Not cut. Yeah, tail heated now. If tail heated, I should cut the tail. It was speed, I think. I didn't see it. Was it speed or was it power? I think it was still power. Oh fuck, I'm dead. Damage? I dealt damage. Okay, okay. AoE. I think so, this one is AoE. Huh. I dealt damage while it's crossed off. Wait, what? So I guess tail just need to wait until it's heated. Another one. Imagine if WiMdyBoi dies now. Oh. Cross off just means speed 100% damage for damage type. Oh, tail never goes above that. Oh, that's what it means. Okay, okay. I forgot what it does. I hate it. Oh yeah, it's still technical. Oh. Okay, so I could bonk the head get the body, do the tail last, but don't aim for tail, because tail is all crossed off. 90% is still crossed. Yeah, because 90% is still not, like, maximum. I'm going tail for... Really? Tail first? But it's not heated at first? Then I'm just gonna charge and shoot at the tail as much as possible. I'm surprised it's not Skyrim. Well, for a huge reason. Let's just say I installed mods. That's it. Now let's keep it at that. I'm sure you all know what this means. All right. I'm sure you all know what this means. Naked. Not necessarily, but they are. There's certain mods that cater to my needs. Yeah. Mostly naked, kinda. I could say that it has a lot of. I'm so sorry. It has a lot of. What's the best way to put it? A lot of struggling involved. Yeah, let's keep it that way. Yeah. There's a lot of struggling involved. That too, Narix, yeah. What the fuck? Why is it Thomas Train? Alright, thank you. This is good. It's charging up. I'll charge as well. What? Is it that surprising though? It is what I like. Shoot it. God's tail is so tough. Wait, did it just do damage? Did WiMdyBoi just do damage? Huh. Yes, he hit tail, but I didn't do any. It didn't do any damage. Must it's not locked out of this fight? But I hit the tail just now, it didn't do any damage. Must not be tail. Yeah, I aimed the tail just now. I swear to God, you just keep aiming for me. DSJ proc, please. DSJ proc. It's not charged. I don't know, Fry's taking more of my attention at the moment. It's okay, you can eat. It's fine. Just eat, don't worry about it. Let me give you more. Boxer is too tame. You could have a spike. I'm not giving you... I'm only giving you to your imagination. I mean, I don't know if it's actually too tame, but to me, I don't think it's very tame. Like by all means, it's not very tame. Come on, DSJ, you got this. Heat Blade? I think it's Heat Blade. I should heal up. Ancient's Tome. Oh, it's Flame Chakram. Okay. No! I wasted a turn. I'm stupid. If you can't even remember in the slides without sweating, it's too tight. I don't know. Unless like you can't sweat for some biological reason. Look! I cannot say this here. It's so shameful. God damn. No, I cannot say it here. All good. %50% all types. All types? That's a lie. My monster cannot do damage. Said like you say on premium stream. What did I say on premium stream? I didn't say anything spicy on premium stream, okay? I didn't even say anything on premium stream. What do you mean? You're just trying to put words to my mouth that didn't even happen. Oh fuck, it's technical. Must no damage is specific to this fight. Well, I guess I got super lucky with that one single time of 200 damage.
Emotional damage.
Oh, we dead. Oh, I'm dead. Yeah, when it crits, it just does some damage. Ooh! Another scorching blade. Oh, flame chakra. It broke. What now? Body shoot, head bonk. I could get the body first, I think. That's a little bit close. Oh. "13 turns isn't good." I can't even do it in 15 turns, okay? Let's try again. I could definitely do better than that. Maybe I should bring Soldier Boy in. Soldier Boy does have the trap. Let's try. It could be a bit of a waste, but what if I break... If I break head, it falls down, right? It breaks head, it falls down. I'll use the opportunity to break tail. At least do one big damage to tail. Let's try it. Yeah, when I break the head, it falls, and I deal damage to the tail as much as possible. Let's try it. You know, why think when I can just do it? Just bonk it. Yup. Still looking for job. Ooh. Might be unique to this fight unless you don't remember. It's okay, it's okay. I got this. I will suffer for it. Bonk it. Bonk. What the fuck? Hello? What is that damage? Hey. Hey. Can you not do Fox Flame Trap? Ah, fuck. Why did Soldier Boy did 1000 damage? I cannot cancel your order. I cannot cancel. God damn it. Okay, fine. I'll bonk it then. Normally, I cannot make it do normal attack. Bonk. Yeah, that's free. Dude, that's good. Spiral Claw is not elemental though. Why is it on our end? Why was the bubble on our end just now? Let's get the shit out of me. Okay, it's gonna charge now. Hello? Last Emperor was more like lackluster training that gave me a certificate. So now me has to find some actual work. Nobody even played back so far. Oh, still all the best for you, Pinky. You got this. All the best. Keep bonking it. Keep bonking it. This is so good. Oh, sis went. Help. Whee! Oh god. Hi, Cheesecake. Welcome in. Soldier Boy is OP? Like, Soldier Boy is actually OP? Dude, Soldier Boy though. Oh, hi, Daddy. Go dead. Go dead. Kinda. Don't worry, it's normal occurrence. It's a normal occurrence. How are you doing, Daddy and Cheesecake? Welcome in. I hope you are doing good. I'm doing much better today. I win. I win. Soldier Boy OP. I didn't know Soldier Boy can do 1k in normal damage. Hello? I got a jam too. Thanks, game. I'll hate next fight. My, you don't even get your fur rustled beyond here lurks the final meowster. Proceed with caution. I'll cry. Alright, here we go. No catavan stand. Oh my, oh no, I love and hate that boy. Oh god.
Congrats on the victory in advance.
In advance. You should have seen the time we kept that up for minutes. Yeah, it happened. A little bit painful, but all's good. That's why it's such a sin that water has no good critical skills. Why the Sophie has 10% base crit? I don't know. I don't know. So yeah, I guess now you guys know what's happening when I play Skyrim, huh? What's even funnier is that I didn't even progress through any like main story of the game. Like I for real didn't do any like main like I haven't went to High Hrothgar yet. Like at all. I'm just doing everything else. You know, there's a little side quest. and stuff. Look at that. God, it's so adorable though. It's a clackety boy. God, I love this boy so much. God, oh my god, it's so dorps. Alright, bringing Soldier Boy again. Hey, for Anne, I've got a perfect Meowster lined up for you. My trials a level above the rest. You get me? After all, they are hey. Well, I'll leave that for you to find out. Well, for Anne, it's time for the show to begin. Meowsters.
Clack clack. Clack hacka clack hacka click. Clack clack. Clack hacka clack hacka click.
It's so fast. What the fuck? Whoa, huh? Why is there a Beetlejuice here? Hello, why is there Beetlejuice? Well. What does Agnitor even do? Technicals? I think your power. Yeah. What? Help! What? All good, all good. Do I have enough points to do it? No, I don't. Oh my god. I'm just gonna shoot at Agnator. But then I cannot shoot it because it's... Is it not good? I'll try to cut it. It doesn't seem that tough. To me, anyway. Get him! Nah, huh? It deals no damage. Oh my god. Do. Click. It's so adorable.
Clack clack. Clack hacka clack hacka click. UWU. Clack clack.
UWU.
Clack hacka click. UWU. Clack
They're
clack.
both not aiming at anything.
Clack hacka click. UWU.
Molten uppercut, am I dead? Whoa! That's so cool looking. Him clacking is like a rattlesnake, by the way. To be honest, not by the way. Rattlesnake? I mean, when rattlesnake rattles this tail, maybe? God, it's so adorable though. I love it so much. Why are they all not aiming? Is it because... Ah, I see. Don't worry, Soldier Boy. We have one more heart left. Here, let's double attack this. What the fuck? Since when you changed to power? Since when you changed to power? I swear to fucking god, I'm gonna... Yeah. Don't need to groom. Make sure you set a trap there. It's no power? Oh shit. I'm just gonna try to bonk it as fast as possible. I'm not even gonna heal. Like, I don't even want to heal. Who needs healing? I'm dead. Yeah. One. One. Oh. Ow. Even Soldier Boy is dead. So after Molten Uppercut, it becomes power. Okay, okay. Alright, let's try again. This time, just shoot it because it's all crossed off anyway. Let's go, Soldier Boy. Oh, actually, no. I might need Elder Dominance here. Me doesn't know what animal it reminds me of. Me just wonders how the jaw isn't in terrible pain. I think they are made for that, that's why it's not in pain. Its beak is strong enough for them to drill into a ground. Lore frag. Yeah, I've seen that. The Molten Uppercut just now. You see what it does? Drew into the ground and did a shoryuken at me. God, that's so hot though. Okay, just keep shooting at it, alright? It was speed first. Beetlejuice's power. Or was it? I didn't see. Tail? Tail should be cut. Why is there Chinese Lion dance going on? It's March! Hello? It's March! What do you mean? Oh, it's speed, okay. Nice, nice. Why the hell is there drum going on? Oh my god. Oh. We can ignore that then. Wait, no, how about this? I'm gonna ruin a strike. Agnator, I'm gonna charge. It didn't do shit! Oh no. After this is power. I didn't die! Oh, WiMdyBoi is gonna explode. Might be a bad idea. They are both fire. Actually, a terrible fucking idea. Ow. Thank you. Ice. All banking stuff is not in motion. Should be able to resubble soon. Oh, thank you, Pinky. Big appreciate. Snow Spray doesn't crit, right? God, just Soldier Boy, come in, please. Soldier Boy, I'm gonna explode. Bombing rate? What the fuck? Don't kill, don't. Woo! Oh, I didn't aim. Oh, that's on me. I forgot to aim. I forgot to aim. What are you doing? Oh, is this spreading beam? Oh yeah, sure. You both can do the big boy. It's fine. Yeah, see. Yeah. All good. All good. I think I can tank this bombing raid. Ooh. Uh oh. Oh shit. That's a huge eye. I want to mute the game, but I don't. No, I don't want to mute the game. You guys are being bombed by all the noises going on. The clackety clack noises, me talking, and maximum jank. Hell yeah. Nice. Big eyes. My, what big eyes you got. How weird it would be if Scan also froze game screen. I think I can try to do that. I can add the freeze filter into, or the time scan filter into the screen. I think it's possible, yeah. I could try to implement that. It shouldn't be too hard. I think it's still power. Is it? Hey, I don't know when you do what. What? You are speed and technical? Beetlejuice is not power? Beetlejuice is not power. It's speed and technical. I will shit my pants. What is this? Please shut the fuck up, Naviru. Actually, if you're aiming for me, I'd rather use Bonk. Because the Bonk skill deals so much damage. You are speed first. Fun fact? What the fun fact? That works. Technical attack, good. Oh, it resets my bar. I forgot. Oh my god. It resets my bar. Just bonk it. Just bonk it. It's already molten uppercutting. Oh my god. Whee! I mean, I guess Elder Dominance works. I have 20 turns, then let's play it a little bit safe. This is probably not gonna do any damage. It's okay, we heal, and we heal from abnormal statuses. 1-2. 1-2. Oh, Molten Uppercut. It's now power. Nice, nice. I can do the big bong. Wait, 20. Do we have 15? Sonic Strike, it's not worth. It's not worth. You just do whatever you want, it's fine. I'm gonna bonk Akinator. It explodes immediately. Oh, it's bombing rate. True. It's back to speed, I think. God, I don't know what Akinator do. It doesn't have any like visual cue, or maybe it's very not obvious. Ooh, it's fine. It's fine. In Tekken, 1-2 is much stronger than this. Oh yeah, 1-2 is strong. Oh, why are you aiming for me? Wait. Are you pissed? Oh, you are pissed. Okay, okay. So you are technical. I need power. Just bonk it. I don't care anymore. Actually, I care now. I'm sorry. Akinator still speed. Just bonk him. Maybe you could do something. Here, let's do a Trap Cyclone, please. Thank you. Bombing rate. Oh god, I'm not gonna survive this. Oh, it skipped my turn. Oh, that's sad. Oh, that's just sad. So after Molten, it used to be power, speed, so now it's technical? I feel it's technical now. Oh, nope, alright, I think too much. When it's pissed, it doesn't change its pattern. the blast blight. Oh, it's a bombing rate. Fuck. Why are they practicing? Oh my god, it's happening again. They are gonna spend a whole year practicing the fucking Chinese lion dance, whatever that shit is. I love like Chinese lion dance, but good gods, man, why are they practicing around residence area? On a Sunday too, holy shit. I mean, I guess they're hardworking, but my god. It is annoyingly annoying. Is that a word? It's just annoying beyond belief at this point. It's stupid. I'm pretty sure you guys can hear it. I'm on headphones, I can hear it. That's how loud it is. Someday they'll stop. I don't think so. Maybe give it a few years. Don't know what they're doing though. It's like March. Why are they practicing for? Competition? some form of competition, I guess. I have to change. I can try killing Beetlejuice. Molten Uppercut, is it? It's gonna be Molten Uppercut and then... What does Beetlejuice even do? The start of a bombing raid, I think? Oh, it's speed attack. Oh, okay. Yeah. Ooh. Oh, nice. I missed this one. This is so cool. And it's Kushala too. Get him! Alright, time to heal. They're gonna do Spreading Beam and Bombing Raid, I think. Oh, make Mattel? I'm all wrong. God, it's so obnoxious. Like, even me, you destroy, period. Yeah, Repair Bro would definitely destroy. Why would they even do this in residence area? This is legit just a residence area. Like, all around this place, it's all houses, and they decide to make noise like this. Oh, I'm gonna go insane. It was after Motor Uppercut? So it's power now? Yep, okay. Spreading Beam and Bombing Raid. Can you file complaint? Honestly, I don't know how, but I kinda want to. Can we tank this? Oh! Oh, hi Kim Foxy, been a while. Hope you're doing good. How's it going? It was going well until the Chinese Lion Dance Troupe started practicing for whatever it is going on. But otherwise, I'm good. I really don't know when or what pattern Agnet War is. Doing good. Nice, good to know, good to know. We can tell you how because it's probably different in Malaysia, but it should be possible to look it up. Yeah, true. I'll try to look it up. It's getting obnoxious. Like last year, pretty much whole year. And it's still happening this year? No. I'm pretty sure I'm not the only one that's bothered by this. How are you technical now? What's your pattern? I don't get it. Okay, we're still gonna get it. It's fine, it's fine. Just attack them. Molten Cross, explosive landing. Alright, we tank this. Elder Dominance OP. Might not be able to... Yeah, we did. No! Good job, WiMdyBoi. Nice dodge. I didn't do a good job. I didn't dodge. It's possible if I don't misread what Agnator does. Agnator is just a little bit weird at this point. Or like to me anyway. Since there's no obvious visual cue on what he does. Yeah, there's no like visual cue. At least not to me anyway. I don't see anything different. Or too different. It feels like Agnator is doing whatever he wants willy-nilly. Three phrases. First is speed. After Molten Uppercut, it's power. Unarmored, armored, and enrage. So when he does Molten Uppercut, it's armored. It's unarmored now. Is that what it means? What? Armor? God, I have no idea. I started to suspect that main series monsters are easier to read subjectively. I mean, main monster hunter series is just go in and cut. And I can honestly don't care about builds and just go in. This game is different. You really have to understand what's happening. If you don't, well, this is what's happened. This is what's happening. Let's aim for Beetlejuice. Let's kill Beetlejuice first. I forgot to check. Now it's armored, right? So now it's power. Bombing ray? Ignition breath, okay. Explosion! Ow. Bombing rate is faster than me, I think. Even if I attack now... Oh no, even if I attack now, I don't get a chance to attack. Alright, let's test this out. I don't think I have a chance to attack because bombing rate is faster than me. Or like explosive landing, yeah. We'll see. Oh, I'm faster, okay. Oh, maybe because I use speed. When people make optimal build in main series, stuff like monster we can only get 2 attacks out before that happens. Yeah. It seems more designed for around optimal play if you got that correctly. Yeah. You really have to build. You need to spend time building, I think is what I'm trying to say. Which is the thing that I hate the most. I don't like just sitting down, read things, trying to optimize my build. I think it's safe to say that I kind of abhor that. I just want to like put things down, learn. Okay, what I want, learn the hard way, but possible to learn through the hard way. Something like mainline Monster Hunter series where I get to learn the pattern and dodge accordingly, and I don't need to make optimal build to go against a single monster. Know what I mean? Like I can get good without reading. Like without reading all the descriptions of everything and how to be optimal. I don't like that anyway. Right? That's my point of view in like optimal building stuff. Also, I think is it enraged? Which one is enraged? I think fuck. Are you still power? Oh fuck. I really don't remember. Alright, I need to heal this. It's fine, we take those. Are you still speed? Oh, thank God. Enraged. So are you still speed? Because I remember after you enrage, you're still doing speed. Okay, we can take this hit and then I'll ride. Okay, you're still... Yeah, after enrage, you're still speed. Oh, I'm dead. I didn't think it's gonna do that much to me. Explosion! No explosion? Yep. But, okay, how about this? Let's have a bit of a change of strategy, because I'm pretty sure my build is enough to win against this. The problem is, Beetlejuice. Too much bombing raid. Right? There's too much bombs going on. I need to kill Beetlejuice first. So no matter what I do, go all out on Beetlejuice. Agnator, it's fine. Alright, I don't need to do head-to-head or anything. Just if Agnator aims at me, I don't care. Just aim at Beetlejuice. If you read this correctly, Agna will be easier to kill first. Agna is the hardest one. Because I was not aiming for Beetlejuice, but Beetlejuice is already at like quarter health left. Oh, we take double strike whenever possible. For the kinship points. Yeah, see, it just keeps giving us Blast Blight, and I don't like that. Trap Cyclone, good. It's speed. I need this. Look at the health. It goes down so quickly. I'm not blocking it, right? Yeah, I'm not blocking it. Yeah, Beetlejuice has so much so much of a lesser health. WiMdyBoi might die from this. It's okay. Unless they all aim for me. Good, good, good. Molten Uppercut, then it's power. It's gonna explode. Yeah, it's okay. You could spam Trap Cyclone? Oh yeah. I don't care, I don't care. I will kill you. Burn the explosion? Uh-oh. I cannot ride? Uh-oh, I miscalculated this. It's okay, we can kill, we can kill. We go for speed. There, good. Okay, this actually works out really well. It's fine, it's fine. It's not purple yet, so it's not gonna. I'm not gonna use item on this. But I forgot what Agnator does. Are you power? You did beam. Yeah, you did beam. So after you beam, you are back to speed. Yeah, if you are back to speed, then let's do this. Yeah. And I'm gonna try to skip a turn to not let WiMdyBoi die. Well, I wasted the down. Whatever. I have 12 turns to kill it. Oh wait, I can just do a big boy attack then. Worth. Two damage, beautiful. It's still technical, isn't it? Well. Enrage, steal speed. What? Double? Are you that pissed? I don't trust you. You are still speed. Oh, you're different. Okay. It happened again. I died to a crit. I died to a goddamn crit. Full health. There's nothing I can do about it. This game, I swear to God, sometimes. No, I'm not gonna mull over this. I'm pissed, but I'm not as pissed as last week, alright? Something for you to know if you end up redoing this. Basil can be flashed out of the sky if he isn't enraged. Oh. But I think me going at Beetlejuice first is a good idea. Like a big brain, if you will. I'm not really having fun with this game anymore, right? Recently, when I try to challenge all the hard stuff, too much brain power is what I'm trying to say. I cannot shoot. Yeah, I cannot shoot Beetlejuice. Okay. It's fine, it's fine. We have early elder dominance. Good. We cut down Beetlejuice. Need to get rid of the bomb. That's really good. Okay, Trap Cyclone, good. I forgot to check. Yeah, this is on me. I thought Beetlejuice was doing Bombing Raid. That's my bad. Oh boy. Yeah, I messed up. How about this? You keep doing Elder Dominance then. One have lower attack, one lower defense. Just do this again. Oh, speed, right? Okay, fine. You can trap Cyclone this one. Oh, I am Molten Uppercut! I'm stupid! This is what I get for trying to use Brain. Brain doesn't work anymore. It's not even for me. Bombing Raid? I think it's a Bombing Raid. Are they cycloned? No, but I think Elder Dominance is good. If Elder Dominance, I might be able to survive this. Well, a big might. Yep, I survived. Beetlejuice might kill two of us. Since WiMdyBoi has Blast Blight. Oh my god. I think, yeah, just shoot. I think WiMdyBoi can survive this. I for sure cannot survive. Can I ride? Oh, I cannot ride? Wow. Ignition breath? I can tank that hit, it's fine. Just kill Beetlejuice for now. Yeah. There. I forgot what Agnator does. Just right. Play safe, play safe. I don't even know what phase Agnator is in. Agnator is the one that I suffer the most, I feel like. Like, I remember previously when I played this game and I fought against Agnator, yeah, I suffer from the same thing. Like, I don't see any visual cue on what phase it's in, so it's kind of painful. Now it's just speed again? Or is it like... I don't know. Because sometimes when it's speed is when it's mad, it's still doing speed. I'm gonna bet on you doing speed. Oh, cool. Oh, hell yeah. Are you aiming? Are you aiming? No, okay. Oh, Molten Cross, is it? Yeah, he's doing Molten Cross. Molten Cross. Nah. I think I can tank this one. Unless it crits again. But no way crit will kill me this time. The power of Elder Dominance. Get fucked.
Victory, 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 victory. Stomp them flat like a carpet that was put into the trash compactor.
Trash
Victory,
compactor.
victory, 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 victory.
Yeah, it's kind of sad to say that I'm not enjoying as much of this game anymore. It's kind of sad. Meow, those were some formidable meowsters, right? You know the drill. On to the next zone. Bye-bye for N. Alright. Next zone it is. There were some real characters back there, huh? I shouldn't have healed. It's okay. I bought 999 donuts. Or Dunkin' Donuts. Oh, hey! Let's get back for now. Yeah, the final stretch? Yeah. Too much Monster Tale reading to enjoy it? I think it's... I feel like this game is more about brain than action. Since I'm kind of an action-packed person. Or like I like more actiony gal. So like, at least this game appeals to me solely just because of like there's a lot of dragons and I get to interact with them. But the gameplay wise, I'm not really into like turn-based. But Divinity is different, right? Divinity is like, honestly, Divinity is a lot less thinking than this game. Because divinity, you just, I mean, for me lah, I always go for like two-handed weapons and just go in and cut them. And if I die too quickly, I just add more points to Geomancer and get like fortify, fort heavy. I get fortify, I get man metal, and just like or even like 1 point in Hydrosophist and then get the magic armor up, so that I can be like the tank that I always want to be. Meows, the banking stuff will happen fast. These ads have the worst timing. Oh, Pinky. Yeah, ads are tough. Oh. Yeah, I'm pretty sure I cannot upgrade any of these. It's okay though. Oh, did I pray? What if I get 100 mounting charm? 100 mounting charm? Like what Narix did? Throw 100 charms in there? Heck yeah, I'm doing it. 100 charm. You use 170 charm. Level 20? Is that the maximum? Lucky finding training. Lucky finding training. Oh my god. Hard 30? Yo, let's go. I mean, might as well. Alright, let's go to Z ad. Although, I guess one thing that I'm kind of happy about that. I didn't bring Reverb Bro this time. And I won against 2 monsters without Conchu. No Reverb Bro this time. Reverb Bro OP. Human, the 8 zone, slay target monsters, meow. Danger ahead, ferocious, deviant monsters beyond your guard. Oh, hey! Comments trial. Damn, I should say deviant monsters? I'm not scared of the cat or anything. I'm just checking the facts. Nah. Slay the specified monsters? Oh my god, it's all deviants. Yippers deviants. Fuck. It's okay. This one's all about bonk, isn't it? They all look very bonkable. That's what I'm trying to say. They all look very bonkable. Oh, not the wings though. Boom. Elder Dominance that quick? Wow. Oh yeah, you have kinship cost down. Oh my god, yeah. Kin cost down don't matter. He'll cast it at 0. Really? So I can just use all the kinship points I want and he'll still cast Elder Dominance? Dude, that's so good! Just a matter of dice roll? Oh, okay. Only if... Okay lah, fair lah. If they keep casting skills, might be a little bit too good. Fair lah. Bong! Oh nice, that... Yeah, they can, but it's dice roll. It's not guaranteed when they have enough points. But they can go 6 rounds in a row just doing nothing but skills. Oh, I have 2 points. Who's attacking me? No one's attacking me. Why? On the tail? Oh, rock shield. That makes a lot of sense. It's pissed, right? I don't think it's speed. It's never speed. Target inflicted with sleep or skill seal? Oh, sleep seal. So skill seal will take more than. Oh, I thought it's just sleep. It's technical, so I need power. Okay. Oh, bug. You never change. Oh wow. Oh, that is so painful. I should heal up. Actually, no, it's not aiming for. It's not aiming for WiMdyBoi. There, okay. What? Oh, whoops. It went for technical 2 power. And now it's power. Why are you not aiming at anyone? Are you gonna do rock shield? I'm not gonna bet on it. Oh, you are doing rock shield. Oh my god, I wasted it. It's okay, I did it for the heals. Oh, WiMdyBoi is so clever. Nice. Are we gonna fight Soulseer again? Oh my god. Am I gonna fight Soulseer? Oof. I mean, I love Soulseer, hell yeah. Oh, yeah, but you could do what? Oh, hey, it's Bloodbath. Haven't seen you in a while. Diablos is all bow, isn't it? Yeah, it's kind of all bow. Break the horn first. I feel like Diablos is never technical, isn't it? Or I feel like anyway. But I feel like it's speed because it's Diablos. Oh god, I don't know. Or nothing. I gotta charge. Please don't die. Oh, it's speed! Oh my god, yes. Nice. It sure is doing something else. Yeah, you're not aiming at anyone. Power charge? Oh, ground dive, okay. You're shouting in air. I have to do this. It didn't do anything else yet, so I think it's still speed. There we go. Monster Hunter Frontier? Ooh, hey. Is it gonna do power charge? I don't know what it does here, I forgot. I'm not gonna bet on it, I'm just gonna ride. It's greeting for all people who want to play but me doesn't get how that landed there. I could stream Monster Hunter Frontier, fuck yeah. Is it like the full version of Monster Hunter Frontier? I don't need to sub for the game anymore? That would be great. Uh-oh. It was power, I think. Oh, it's speed. Oops. Oh my god, damage. Installation instructions are in the Discord. Okay. Actually, no. Let's do this. I want a double attack. Is it not mad anymore? Nice. Oh, I pressed wrong button. Hellish Heavyweight is Luster and Rage. Oh, okay, okay. Not doing anything. Oh, is it gonna ground dive? If it's gonna ground I'll just shoot it fast then. Oh shit, it okay, yeah, fair. I should have charged. Ground dive first. Okay, ground dive first. I'm gonna charge. Get the legs. Nice. Oh. Okay, we have the need for bonk. Tail. I'll just cut the tail. Nice. Thing's still technical. I'm gonna do a double attack here. Yeah, alright here. He didn't fully heal WiMdyBoi. Oh! I didn't know it's gonna ground dive on when enraged. Oh shit, that's new. Well, I guess I'm gonna miss this one. It looks cool though. Oh. What? Guess you can. Oh shit. Get outplayed, bitch. He's not even pissed anymore. Get outplayed. Huh? Is he gonna ground dive again? What if I do the biggest of brain and just throw Sonic Bomb first? I mean, ground dive's gonna happen first, right? Oh fuck. Okay. I tried. That's cool as fuck. Why is it not an AoE? Oh boy, it's doing something. Don't know what it does.
I am going to send you to Botswana.
Going to say the Botswana? What is that? What's a Botswana? I pass. Nice, we survived that shit. Let's heal. Botswana is a place. Holy shit. Never heard of it. Like at all. I mean, I guess it's me, it's normal. Uh-oh. Boom. That's a little harder than I thought. To get an S though. Making a futile effort to make Botswana the new Ohio. Huh?
Droxen knew they could not blame the beasts. So instead of not reflecting, this is a negation, before anyone misunderstands it as a poor attempt to insult, on themselves, she slayed the beasts.
She slayed the beast. Mankind knew. Guys, making me want to play Guilty Gear Strive. Been a while. I slayed the beasts. Are these all like deviants? Are you Grimclaw? You look like a normal Tiki. Oh, you are normal Tiki. I need to bonk the bugs quick. Oh, this is very good. I mean, but the Habra might be dead already after this turn. Tiki speed. I'm gonna bonk the head. I'll bonk the head. Oh, okay. What? That's bad. Oh. I think the bug is dead. Then... yeah, actually do this. I'm just gonna spin. I'm gonna spin the legs. I forgot about rock toss. I'm dead. Oh, nice. Help. Oh, all good, baby. Are they still trapped in Cyclone? No, okay. Trap Cyclone. No. How about this? You aim at this so that you can kill the bug, and I am gonna do this. Trap Cyclone cannot double. Yeah. Boom. Kill the bug. Oh, this is so good. Another rock toss? Ooh. Now, Tiki has 2 turns, right? And Tiki is now power. I vaguely remember this. Yeah. Nice. Very good, very good. Uh-oh, is it gonna be Wild Spear? Oh shit. I gotta do Wild Spear. Oh god. Last ditch effort. Oh, it's Fang combo. Oh shit. Oh god, please. I'll be wiggly. Oh my god. Okay, all good. It's still power, Bonk 'em. Uh-oh. Oh my god. Okay. I feel like talking, I don't know why. Yeah, I mean, us human is quite a social creature, right? I get that. I get that sometimes as well. Probably for similar reasons as others would be my guess. Probably. Just a normal Tiki. I know. Rock toss. Rock toss. Hey. Oh, nice. Yo, it procced! The HJ procced! Oh my god, Pog! 10%, let's go! The power of DHJ! Humans are social creatures? As if I spend my whole day glued to a screen. Well, do that too much, you might feel a little bit weird. That's why you feel like you want to talk. Inherently, even though you feel like you're not socially like social creatures, but we are. Like if you go a long time without socially interact with other human being, you might feel a little bit weird afterwards. I was there. I forgot what Silver Wind does. I need a lot of double attack with Silver Wind, right? I think, especially towards the end of the end rage, the AOE stuff. What is your current screen activity in terms of social scale? I mean, I look at screen pretty much 8 hours a day. 8 hours a day, let's go. I mean, yeah, I mean, look at what I'm doing right now. I'm staring at 2 screens at once for 8 hours per day. Oh, 8 hours per... One week? No. 5 days per week, right? What does Silver Wind does again? I don't know, but it's definitely not speed. I figure out, I remember that I got you baited back then. You are power. I'm gonna go and say that you do power, alright? I'm dead. I'm dead. Help. Ow. Okay, you are technical. You are technical. Good to know. Good to know. Wow, deadly horn jab? Cool. What if it procced? Like, I'm just saying, what if it procced? It might happen. Let's do a pep talk. If I remember correctly, the 5 deviants you find are also those that were the base game, which means no Bolt Reaver, Hellblade, or in Soulseer. No Soulseer. Hey! It did proc! Come on, man, it was 10% of the dominance. We're gonna die! Is it gonna do lock on? Already? Oh god, I entirely forgot what it does. It's power now, that's for sure. Oh, it's speed. Oh fuck. Well, that's not for sure. Help. Double technical? I don't know. Oh, Sonic Strike is too fast. I forgot. Oh, I negated it! Oh my god, Pog. Ads? Yeah, sorry. I know there's a lot of ads. God, I need to make the time message soon. I need ads to... Oh, hi Brian. Edge. Edge. Hi Coffee. Edge. Do I want to do this? I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna do it. Welcome Ruin. I hope you are doing good. Oh, it's not mad anymore. Did I just skip that? Did I just skip the thing? Ooh, okay. It's now technical again, so you need power. Oh my god, you don't have power. Here, Hong Kong knife boy. Scorching blade? I'll do a double attack once more. Oh shit, Scorching blade is AoE, I forgot. Guess I'm gonna do as much damage for now. Oh, nice! Okay, it is now speed. It is now speed. I need technical beak. Gonna get hit once, right? Because it does 2 turns. Ooh. Okay, now it's White Shadow into something else. I'm just gonna do a technical attack here. Yeah, at least then negates Vacuum Blast. Trap Cyclone. Yeah, it's technical, it's fine. Oh! That didn't do any damage? Hello? Eldritch Dominance. So this game is basically how to train a dragon. I think it's more like Pokemon. I went right. It's Pokemon but with a lot more dragons. And a lot more well done than Pokemon. I mean, albeit there's not as much like... There's like 1k Pokemon out there, right? There's a shit ton of Pokemon out there. But in terms of like gameplay, this one wins over Pokemon. Still a double attack. Oh, I forgot you were technical, help! Like, animation wise, this is so much better than Pokemon. Whoa, 1 tree. Whoa, 1 tree. Okay, now it's speed. Oh, I need you to do technical. And then I need to do technical as well. Nice. Even more nice. White Shadow into something else, right? So we both do technical attacks, should be fine. Oh, let's go. That's perfect. Ooh, Vacuum Plus this time? I'm learning a little bit. Okay, so you aim at me twice then, isn't it? Okay, so you aim at me twice. Then we can heal the bleed. Double flicking on the same target. Ah, no wonder. Okay. Well done, meetings. That's difficult to say objectively. They do different things. I mean, true, yeah. But to me, Pokemon... I'm gonna spout some shit on Pokemon. I hope you guys don't mind, alright? Pokemon, how do I say this? Pokemon in terms of production quality, right? In terms of production quality, game-wise, right? Game-wise, it sort of drops down after the sixth gen. Right, fifth gen is really fucking good. You can feel the love and care put into the game in 5th gen. Like Black and White 2, it's really fucking good. Music change, dynamic music, dynamic boss fights and shit. Right, and the start of Pokemon animation starts from there. Gen 5, albeit just very basic idle animations for every single Pokemon out there. Yes, it's the start of animating Pokemons. And then you have XY, the 6th gen, where they really start making it into 3D models, right? Every Pokemon has 3D models, and it looks absolutely gorgeous. And it's the first time they made a more free form kind of movement, like traveling and stuff. And also they make the ease of leveling up your Pokemon easier. When you catch Pokemon, you still get EXP. Those kind of stuff. The quality of life changes, right? And then in comes Gen 7, which I didn't even play, but I saw some gameplays on YouTube, and I feel like, what? So they start to fall on Gen 7. Like everything they do is kind of same-ish. They didn't even try to implement new stuff into it. Like they did implement some new stuff, I guess. Like when the battle is happening, Pokemon is not just idling there anymore. Like they don't do only idle animations. They have a little bit of custom animation for attacks. A little bit. But I think my biggest gripe with the game, with Pokemon as a whole, well, not as a whole, but Pokemon 6th gen afterwards. 6th gen afterwards is like, I don't feel love and care anymore. The games are very lackluster in terms of gameplay. I don't feel that they love doing it. Like, not even it's a huge company. They don't even try. Okay, let's say the simplest of things. They don't even try to voice act the game. Like, at least give us some immersion, right? Give us some immersion. Hire some voice actors. Voice actors very important. Hire them. Make the game make us more immersed, right? That's like the first thing I figured out. It's like, it's a huge company. Why won't you try to even implement voice acting in the game? At least like the basic, like EK, something like that, right? When you try a Pokemon, it's like, yeah, whatever that is, right? Just voice acting in general, it's so lackluster. It's so bland. It's so empty. The worries is there. And then in the newest gen, what is it, Scarlet Violet? I saw some of the gameplay of it. The game looks so barren. the place looks so barren. And then you have I think the best that they've done that can be considered as Pokemon 2 is Pokemon Legend of Arceus, where the game you can actually get hurt by Pokemon. It's not all just like, oh, Pokemon are all peaceful creature, we won't kill anything, right? Nah. So yeah, Pokemon 2 is definitely Pokemon Legend of Arceus. And then anything that's not Pokemon Legend of Arceus is Pokemon 1, right? Like the mainline Pokemon games, Red, Blue, Yellow, and then Crystal, Emerald, Pearl, Black and White. These are all just the same game, but with different graphics, but it's all the same. You take a Pokemon, you start training a Pokemon, and then you beat the gym, you beat the Elite Four, something like that, right? Which I get, it's a working, like that thing is working, and they don't have to change it. But at least polish them, right? At least polish not only just the gameplay, but what I would wish is that Pokemon will do something that's relevant to the moves they're trying to do. Let's say a Pokemon do a water gun. I don't want my Pokemon to just rush in, but the water gun is still like spraying. It's like, what the fuck? I know it's a lot of work, but I just wish that they will polish the game a lot more than what they have right now. Yeah, that's my 2 cents of the game. Uh-oh. Oh, noxious poison. I need to heal, but I might be dead. If I heal, I might be dead. Let's go. Gen 5 had more voice acting than the following games. Gen 5 is fucking godlike. There were a few, maybe sub 10 words. Not even oh, hey. So, you know, the basics of basics ROA, it's just plain, it's just pure silence. And then you can hear yourself smashing the A button. It's bad. Methinks the game every year is too fast for a lot of things. Yeah. I would rather than spend 2-3 years and then polish every single thing they can do, especially in terms of battle animations. And of course, when traveling the world, because they are not even ready for jumping mechanics. The newest jumping mechanic breaks the game like crazy. I saw so much of glitches. At a certain point you jump, and you land at a certain point of like the bump of rocks. Yeah, shit breaks. It's like, yeah, cool. They can't even handle jumping. And that this game can do flying for real. Like, learn from this game, goddammit. This game has all the custom animations and they're so well made. It's not tentacle anymore, right? I'm pretty sure it's now power. What would they do? What is she doing? I should cut the tail. Don't know what she's doing, but I should do this. Oh! That's kinda scary. I think you're power. Oh fuck, I'm dead. Help. Oh my god! Okay! I never fought a Dread King Radiant or Rathalos. Was that Rathalos or Radiant? I didn't see. I think that's Dread Queen Radiant. What the fuck? It one shot both of us. and this she looks beautiful. All games can be broken too, but it requires more specific actions, such as riding with a bike in a specific spot and doing inputs that could belong in a fighting game. Yeah, well, that's glitch. I mean, it is glitch, but I think that something as simple as jumping in a free roam world game, they should fucking at least polish the jumping and make it not break. It's the most basics of shit in terms of traveling in the 3D world. At least polish that, right? At least. Jumping at right gets stuck. It's not get stuck. You fall off the ground and you fall into the void. That's how bad it is. Drag Queen and Goldian both are pretty challenging. Meanwhile, all Reckless in this game. Reckless is so sad in this game. Like, I first tried most Recklesses, and I suck. Not gonna lie, I actually suck in this game. I don't do well in this game. Look, I mold at this game so many times. It's insane. I want a new hammer. I want to make a hammer that I can upgrade. Which monster have I killed the most? Bracky? Yes, Blast Blight. I want a Bracky hammer. Let's make it. Yeah, see, I love Bracky things. Let's do it. I have 4 Mike Tyson gem. Let's make this. Oh, I have no money. Hello. I didn't see it's so expensive. That's a form of stuck me guesses unless it puts you back. I don't know if they put it back though. The old void could be exploited to pop up any location at the risk of corrupting the entire game. If I remember the story correctly, Shigeru Miyamoto would not continue development of Super Mario 64 until they could make traversing in an empty square room seem actually fun just in and of itself. And then they designed the game around that movement. Oh shit. Traversing in an empty square room and make it fun? Now that's tough. But hey, if you want to be a game developer, I think it's a tough one. But it's also a test of your game making skills and also creativity. I'm not saying that I can do it. I for sure cannot. Right? I'm just gonna say it. I would not be able to think of any game that can make traversing in this empty square, well, not empty, empty square room, and make it fun. I don't think I can do that. So that's why you have so many moves and you can just do for fun by running around. Super Mario 64, right? Yeah, you had like... I never played Super Mario 64, but I saw what people do in Super Mario 64 is insane. The methods of traversing the area is insane. There's like all sorts of jumping you can do. Like just jumping alone. Just jumping alone, like my god. Now that's good game design. It's tough for sure, but man, when the game done well, something like that happens. It's cool. Between jumping, triple jumping, lone jumping, backflipping, doing a running backflip, dive, jump, air kick, air wall jump. Yeah, you say all of that and think. I don't think there's any game in the modern I don't think there's any modern game that has all that traversing method, right? I don't think so anyway. Wait, I was supposed to upgrade my weapon. Wait, I'm stupid. Let's go back. It's funny the Tomb Raider came out around the same time. Ooh! We can confirm that it sounds believable. In Odyssey, Misty just spent some minutes moving around, which we can't say over the games. Yeah, oh yeah, Odyssey is like a little bit of... a tribute to Super Mario 64, I think? Is that a word? Tribute? I'm rich!
まあ、ありがとうね。
I'm rich! We're rich! Let's go! I can upgrade. I'm a millionaire! Oh, nice. Oh, nice. I would say that's accurate. I remember the same about Titanfall. Never heard of Titanfall. It's like a Mario franchise celebration meetings. At least that's what the impression I got from it. Maybe. They have perfected the fun traversal method. Yeah. I mean, I don't know. Definitely, I want to say Monster Hunter Rise, but I'm only comparing Monster Hunter Rise with the previous Monster Hunter series, right? Monster Hunter Rise, they didn't perfect it, but they made it a lot better in terms of like chasing monsters and things. Like, I don't want to spend 2 hours just holding my R1 button and trying to chase down the monster, and then they're gonna fly away when I reach there and I have to chase them again, right? Monster Hunter Rise don't have this problem because you have dog, you have wire bugs, yeah. So yeah, they make traversing less painful. That's what I'm trying to say. Never played it, so I'm speaking from secondhand knowledge. Me too. Guess what? I just realized it's my oh, happy birthday, Brian! Oh my god! Hope you have a good one. Oh my god! Titanfall movement gets a lot of hype, and it's fun, but it does have a bit of a generic feeling. It is movement. It's hard to get movement like hype. I mean, honestly, if a game can make movement hype, it's a win in my book. Like, holy shit. It's a win in my book, definitely. Like, this game makes movement hype. Why? Because I get to look at dragons prancing and running. And in multiple different sorts of run cycles, I just love them. But that's a very personal, that's a very biased view on for me. Bonk 'em! Nice! Your wife gave you a whole ass garden? Whoa! I spent most of the day building fencing and cultivating a good section of my yard. Oh my god! Oh, that's a big gift. Hell yeah. That's amazing. That's big amazing. Are you power? Oh, you're technical. I'm dead. Help. Oh, oh, oh. Alright, get ready for Big Bong. Big Bong! Speed! Yeah. Oh my god, you did. She absolutely killed you this year. Aww. You didn't have your birthday on my list yet, now we'll never forget it. I generally don't go around telling people, but I was feeling pretty good about mine this year. Oh, I'm glad, I'm glad. That was hype though. That's big hype. I was gonna do rock shield. Nah, I'll save the point. If you're gonna do rock shield, I'll cheer. Oh, actually, I'll pep talk. Yeah. Nice too. I forgot what it does, but I think it's speed. I'll try to get the wings. I'll shoot the wings down. But let me just spin once. Oh, nice. Huge beam, I think. I mean, I don't care about beam, honestly. You already got heckin' Elder Dominance DD. Oh, okay, it still hurts. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have looked down on you like this. Let's do a double, how about that? Bonk! Oh, nice! That was a big bonk. Yeah, bonk. I'm gonna go try to find Great Queen Raytheon again. I think I need to bonk the head. I think I remember that I have to bonk the head of the bird. But at the same time I have to kill the bug. Or do I? No, I don't. Hey, Puppet Pow Clam? Puppet Pow Mitch? Puppet Pow Mitch? Puppet Pow? Kuropeko. I think Kuropeko is technical. I think anyway. Okay. Oh my god, nice. Oh. Oh, it's gonna summon something else. Oh god. No, I have to Mega Bonk it. Oh, it's not trying to summon something. I really need to check what my WiMdyBoi is doing sometimes. Nice. Oh. Oh my god, I hate you. Nice. Elder Dominance? They're both not... Oh wait, I think they are. Yeah, Do you know what it is? No. From my side, we can report knowing it very vaguely. I haven't seen that shit in literally decades and I can still hear those voices in my memory. Oh, wow. Sadly, I don't know what it is. Like, I have no idea. Nice. Ruby Basario's technical. Nice. Blast Blight? Uh-oh. Someone's dead. Someone's dead. I see Blast Blight. I bonk. Oh, this is gonna be so good. They're both aiming for me, right? Yeah, okay. But I need to aim for Basarios. Here comes the damage. Oh. Oh my god. Oh! 2k! My personal best! Okay, let's kill the bird. Oh, I think it's doing heat beam. Oh boy, yeah, I think it's doing heat beam. How about you do Elder Dominance? And then I'm gonna bonk the bird. I might die. Oh, rock shield? Oh, okay, okay. Trap Cyclone, where the bird's dead. Don't know what you're doing. Hit beam? Oh wait, you're aiming for... Yeah, okay. Then I could do this. Yeah. It's from Dexter's Laboratory? But I watched that show a lot back then. Oh my god. I don't remember anything that's like Puppet Pow, Mitch, Clem, I think. Oh my god. It's piss, it's power. It's speed. Speed on tail? Stomach. Probably gonna need to do a double attack for this one. Hit the charge. Boom! Heat beam? Oh boy. Don't know if we can handle the bomb, the heat beam. I'm just gonna Kinsub skill, it's fine. Yeah. Missions Puppet Pals, where Puppet Pal Mish and Puppet Pal Clam are puppets who bonk each other over the heads with clubs in hilarious gags. But the joke is that the bonk itself is funny, and basically no setup to the bonk is required. So they just like, hey Puppet Pal Mitch, and it's like, what's up Puppet Pal Clam bonk? So, oh my god, that's funny. Now that's my kind of joke, huh? Oh. Here comes the big bong. Stick gas? Oh my god. Spin! Oh! If I had a nickel for every time we randomly brought out Dexter's Laboratory because it's very loosely related to the topic at hand, I have 2 nickels, which isn't a lot, but it's weird that it happened twice. Masato Stories 2 somehow seems to attract Dexter's Laboratory as a topic. Somehow, right? It's weird. Where's Dread Queen? Oh, it's down there. Okay. Oh, there she is. Let me fight this one. Real quick. I should probably cut the tail down first. Because Noxious Poison is difficult to deal with. Radiant is technical first, I think? Technical and then... Oh wait, no, it... I forgot! Fuck, I just fought her as well. Oh shit. Okay. I don't remember what it does. Hey, WiMdyBoi, you're gonna tank this one, alright? You got this. I trust you. Is she speed then technical? Oh fuck. Oh, this is such a huge gamble. It's technical, I'm dead. Help. Oh my god. Okay, it's technical. Stomach? The first gen roar? Valiant Flare. DQ threw me off the first time. For the same speed to power. Yeah, Radiant's speed first. Even Goldian is like speed first. I remember anyway. Did I ever fought a Goldian? Once, I think? And I died? Question mark? Did I? Or is it in co-op then? I don't remember, but I think... Yeah, it starts with speed. Goldian. Okay, now DQ. You are... I think you are speed. Now. But you're gonna do... I'm gonna do this to you. Then I'll heal up first. And now you are speed. I need tactical. Oh, you don't like bow, okay. Bonk is fire, it's not gonna do as much. I think you're... I need technical. I'm betting on it. I might die. Oh, okay. Oh my god, what is that damage? Oh, DSH is ineffective? God damn it. I thought I can cheat. Well, you do whatever you want to do, it's fine. Still aiming for me? This would be great for a heroic. Deviant and Elder immune to DSJ. You know what? That's fair. If people can just proc DSJ, people just like every time bring DSJ monster with you, and then just spam DSJ until you win. That's a little bit cheese. That's a little bit cheese, I have to say. Venom Queen? No. No Venom Queen for you. Oh. So you're technical to speed. You're now technical. Elder dominance? Wow. Oh, elemental attack down. Ooh, that's huge. I'm just gonna spam this. Need to cut the tail down. Give tail. Nice. Trap Cyclone good, but I think it's gonna do... Yeah, it's gonna do Radiant Flare again. Unless I'm wrong, then I'm dead, but I'm gonna do Pep Talk anyway. Okay, okay. I thought the second time she's gonna do something different. Okay, now you're just gonna keep aiming for me. You have speed now. I'm just gonna keep doing this. That is my whole health. That's my whole health bar. It did 520 damage. Oh my god. Okay, let's break the head. Worth it? Worth. Yeah, it's totally worth. Because if I win against a head-to-head, I will not die. Which is good. Honk. What's going on? There's honking outside, but I cannot look at it because there's now this is going on. Nah, it's Sunday. I'm sure someone's downstairs. Got him. Okay, you're not pissed anymore. Elder Dominance, cool.
Honk, 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 honk.
Honk, honk, honk. I almost forgot. Is it really honking? Sounds like it. You know what? Speaking of, let me go look at it real quick. I mean, it's been a while, but... No cars outside. Or maybe it's they got in already. I wonder how showdown in PvP will be like. Mesh button. It reminds me of like Mario Party games. Early Mario Party games. You just have to destroy your controller to win. How to win the game? Destroy your controller. Basically, anyway. Gonna outsmash the other player. It sounds kind of fun. Can we trigger it in some way possible? And destroy hand too? True, true. Valiant Flare? Oh, you're drooling. Okay, okay. Let's cheer. Healing doesn't even matter at this point. I'm just gonna survive with head-to-head. It's speed, right? Yeah, it's speed. Nice. I kinda don't want you to do Trap Cyclone. Just do Ruin the Strike at least. Yeah, I need to destroy all the parts possible. Oh, we got her. Second try without reverb, bro. Miss kinda doesn't think button mashing would be the most fun thing in RPG PvP. Maybe, yeah. It'll be fun in party games. Mario Party. Mario Party? Fun. Alright, Mario Party is truly the friendship end. Gosh, I'm getting a little bit dizzy already. Guess I'm not fully recovered yet. I don't know what... I forgot what Green Claw does. A little bit scared. I'm gonna charge. It makes a little steam. I mean, yeah. Sounds hot. Sounds hot. Grimclaw, you look very speedy. But then again, normal Tigrex starts with speed. Deviant always starts with something different. You are technical. I'm gonna say you are technical. I'm dead. Help. Oh, okay, all good, all good. Okay, no bow, alright. Maybe you like bonk? Let me check. Oh, bonk on the stomach? I should get the legs first. It was power. Yeah, it is power. Rock toss? Is this rock toss? Looks like rock toss. Oh, rock slugger. Oh, it's an upgraded version of rock toss. Okay. Nice. Oh! Oh, 48. Nice. Get the legs. Wow, you really like me, don't you? Two moves. Now it's speed? Oh my god. Oh. Hi Doc. Oh, been a while. How you doing? Hope you're doing good. Is it power? It was no, it was It was power. I don't feel like it's gonna do speed. I gotta do power. I might be dead. You know what? No. I'm not gonna risk this. I'm guarding this shit. Oh, it's speed. Nice. Ooh. I'm sleepy and mildly sick. Oh no, Dub. I wish you a speedy recovery. I'll hug you too. I'll hug you too. Come here. Big hug. Wish you speedy recovery. I wish myself a speedy recovery as well. I need it. Oh, why is it that you're so fast? Uh-oh. Oh no. Oh no. What are you doing? AoE? I'm scared. I'm gonna see what you do. Actually, no. I gotta do this. How about that? Gonna guard this. I don't know. I might die. Crushing fist? Uh-oh. No! I'm dead! Oh my god, that's cool as fuck. Why is it not an AoE? I want it to be an AoE. I know it's gonna be painful, but holy shit. Says the person who complains about the game for 5.5 hours. But man, that's so cool though. What is it again? It was technical. No. I used speed against it. Wild spear! Let's go 31. Get the legs. Also, I take for Cobalt. Yep. Where's my yep? You want the yep? You want the Cobalt? Yep. Hmm? Oh, I'm gonna make a. I gotta record a short. I'm gonna record a yip sound and just like alter it a little bit, make it redeem, so that you guys can yip on demand. Oh no. Oh wow. Elder dominance? Oh. I want the short snoot this time. Snoot, the drop snoot. Looks like Pingu. Crushing fist, right? Looks like crushing fist. I'm gonna heal. I'm just gonna go. Didn't ask. You should make the scan last longer on screen. Oh, I can do that. That one is just changing a value. This was a longer version, yes. Oh my god. I'm gone. I'm only half bold. What do you mean? Don't click that. Oh god, why are you doing power attack? Oh, that's a little bit of my bean. I'm jamming. Oh, nice. Dead ass. What do you mean, dead ass? Do you see any ass on the screen? I'm not seeing any ass on the screen, hello? So... Oh my god. What was I? I forgot what I was doing. It's pissed. I'm trying to do technical, right? I forgot. Okay. Shoryuken. Don't click that link. It's not a link. Show.real.ken, huh? What if there's an actual link that leads to like a Street Fighter 2 sound? Hadouken! Shoryuken! Then you have the classic good times. Green Claw looks cool, but kinda sad. Green Claw is like no challenge. Finally, a fight that I can bully instead of getting bullied. And before I die one shot or something, I don't know, man. So much ass on the Cammy trailer looks so rad. I know! They went all in on Cammy, not gonna lie. Is there Molten Tigrex in this game? I never fought the Molten Tigrex. The true definition of getting bullied? Oh, I think I already get bullied enough. I need to bully something in return. This game's bullying me too much to a point where I'm an angry kobold. I'm getting a bunch of crits here. Yeah! It looks so powerful. Yeah! Managed to put Socio, Molten Tigrex, and Bolt Reaver. Bolt Reaver is the goodest boy, right? No, like 5. 5 Cammy looks so sad. It looks so bland. Oh, Super Angry Brew Astle. Oh! I never fought that one yet. It's a purple spongy boy. Oh my god. It's a purple spongy boy. I love... Yeah, I've seen the blue Astalos that you used. Time for Monk.
BTW, just out of curiosity, did me miss you watching the Jin trailer while me was knocked out after all-nighter?
Jin trailer? Wait, they have a new trailer. Is it Tekken 8 Jin? I thought I already watched Kazuya like not too long ago, and then there's Jin trailer already? Damn, crazy. No, I haven't watched a Jin trailer. I didn't even know it exists. Wait, you didn't tell me. I'll shake my head. Timing is amazing. Sorry. I haven't watched it yet. Sorry, Pinky. I forgot what Purple Ludroth does. Is it power? Edge? There's too many edge today. I'm sorry, I really need Ed to like survive. Do you like bonk on the head? Oh, you don't like bonk on the head? Okay. Uh-oh. Are you technical now? Okay, okay. Oh, nice. No bow, right? Yeah. The bonk? Oh, not even bonk. Oh, you did. Oh, is that purple to drop weapon? No, right? I haven't seen it. No, 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 no. There's no purple to drop weapon. I think I'll do this one and then I'm gonna take some rest. I still haven't fully recovered yet, but at least I'm not too stunned. Nami can boop stick you for a few seconds. Keep booping Baruki. Important moment. Imagine. Oh, I haven't tried the game. I haven't moisturized. I forgot my water bottle was empty. I hate it. Oh no. No wonder I didn't do moisturize just now. I remember Dob redeemed the moisturize just now as well. Crap. Water bottle empty. Oh my god. Oh hey, it's a good boy. Pinky, I don't have. Pinky, I'm not gonna refund those. No, my water bottle out of water. I cannot drink. What's it do? Roxas, please. I think it's technical. Oh my god. Oh my god. Guys. I'm not gonna refund those. It's a faucet of water? No. I wonder what's a good sound to detect the hydrate. I was thinking like me doing an ASMR moist. I didn't see what Thunderlord did. What did Thunderlord do? Power?
Glug 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 glug.
No, a faucet is not out of water. Faucet is fine, but I have to take my water bottle downstairs and just refill it, and I'm lazy. Glug 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 glug. Oh, using a text to speech is also good. Oh my god. I forgot what it does, guy. I got distracted. I blame y'all. This is the first time I'm gonna blame y'all. I think it's power. I'm dead. Oh my god, Okay, okay.
Please go and refill your bottle first.
Okay. I'll go and refill my bottle. You guys can listen to this music and also look at the camera panning around. I'll be right back real quick. I'm gonna go refill. Alright, I'll be a good kobold.
Gold, 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 Google, 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 Google.
Now I can glug 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 glug. Sorry. Yeah. Yeah, I now contain more water. I'm now moist. I always have a 2-liter water bottle around me. So it's all good. Do I bong the head? I could try bonking the head, I think. I bonk the body. No, I'll get the tail first. And then Streamlabs. Oh, it's doing something. You have a recommendation? Ooh, do tell. Summon? Oh shit. I need to kill the bug. Actually, I need to know what they do. Oh, they're all speed, okay. Oh shit, paralysis? Oh god. Oh no, this sucks ass. Oh god. They're all speed. Technical sounds good. Thunderlord is doing something. I gotta heal myself from... Haircare. Diablo 2 audio effects for dropping a potion onto the ground, or even a drinking sound. What is that link? There's multiple links I haven't seen yet. I'm sorry. Like this one Narek sent about Masato Frontier. I didn't look at. There's Brian sent me the thing.
Emotional damage.
Yo, hi. Yes, send to my Discord. Much appreciate. Thankies. You can refer them when you want to install Frontier. Yeah, I will. Thank you, thank you. Big appreciate. No, you can click that link. No, I don't wanna. Oh. Oh mama, oh mama, oh my god, that hurts like whoa. Hey yo, that hurts? Huh? Kushipo is weak to thunder. Oh, no wonder. Maybe I should use ice kachang for this one. Maybe ice kachang. I mean, ice kachang is not weak to lightning. Yeah, you know what? That's right. Hi, Roland. Yeah, in fact, the demon, demon. No summon for you. Were you a fire Pokemon? Is it weak to fire? I have Hong Kong Knife Boy. Here, let me bring out my Hong Kong knife. It's weak to ice? Oh, then I bring ice kachang lo. I think it's back to power. Are you back to power? Then I need speed. Time to get bonked. Oh, would you go? Help! Dino Rhythm visual novel. Dino Rhythm? Optional clicking link. Oh, is it the Angel, whatever that game is? I've seen that game on Twitter. Sharing around. It was trending for a little bit. Is it that game? Oh, nice. Yeah, Volcano High. There it is. Help! Oh my god, I'm afraid of thunder. I need help. I'm paralysis to once more. Help. Don't aim for me, don't aim for me. I swear to god. Aim for Ice Kachang. You fuck! You fuck! You bitch! You are truly a demon! You are a demon! How could you be the demon? Thunder Wheel? Oh, hey. I'm so weak against thunder. Is it speed or is it did it went back to there's no visual cue, I don't know.
On my quest to find a dragon drinking sound, me read that the thorny devil, a type of lizard, can drink through their feet by standing on moist surfaces. Not my goal, but interesting.
Thorny devil can drink through their feet by standing on moist surfaces? Can they choose what they drink though? Because if they can drink through their feet, it might be a little dangerous. I'm quite concerned. It tells them should be a last round of super. Oh, okay. See, that's the thing. Don't know. Oh no. If they cannot choose what they drink, that might be a bit of a problem. It's not glowing yellow. Oh, that's a visual cue? Then it's power. I don't have speed. Well, Ice Kachang is dead. Oh my god, all my speed monsters is like weak to thunder. This is terrible. No, I believe in G Queen Gal, or no, I believe in Soldier Boy. Here, Soldier Boy, you got this. I know you're weak to thunder. It's okay, you got this. You're not gonna die here. Because I'm gonna do this. Huh? Soldier Boy, maybe don't groom. I mean, sure, groom adds attack, but Oh my god, 175. Is that good or is that bad? Is that good, oh my god, or is that bad, oh my god? How long I didn't see a low? Okay, it's low damage, I see. Alright, okay. I don't know. Spin! I'm almost dead. And then it's gonna summon. It's gonna summon and still it's gonna become speed. Let me bring out Ice Kachang first. Flaming. Fuck you, Roland! You bully! What do you mean low damage? I'm trying my best here. You little shit. It's speed, right? Yeah, it's speed. I'm just gonna bonk it. Yeah, let's bonk it. Now would be a good time to do something, Ice Kachang. Blizzard Breath? Alright, that's good. I'm always fully prepared whenever I fight some monster. Well, not me, I just rushed in and hope for the best. Do I bonk the bug? Bug is speed. Yeah, why not? Spin! All elemental defense down. Ooh. Were you not stunned? If we burn? If we burn? Are you gonna summon again? No, I'll bonk you. Get bonked! Yeah! Oh, that's good. Don't think there was a skill that transport warriors to their mouth, so it would at least annoy them. Oh. So it's not willingly drinking water, is that it? That's kinda weird, but also interesting. At least me guess being in constant liquid on the mouth would be annoying. Yeah. Oh, I forgot about this. Oh, I'm dead. Goodbye. Wee. Oh shit, even Ice Kachang is dead. Oh my god, fuck. I got a Nalberry. Don't know why, but I got a Nalberry. Mission failed, time for revenge. So, what... You picked up right before the fight? Oh, did I? I forgot. Alright. You know, if I want to get ready, I need ice weapons, right? Here, let's get a new Noble Anapalas. Can I make this? I can make an Anapalas. I need this. Oh my god, I need this. Alright, this is my ice weapon now. Not enough, I hate it here. It's okay. Alright, I'm well prepared. Let's go. You can't bring partner. I feel like bringing Rivera Bro just breaks the game really hard because Rivera Bro is too strong. I want to suffer, so I'm trying to say. Although I did get like salty about the game most of the time. Excuse me. Aiyah, who need Thunder resist armor? Okay lah, Thunder resist armor ah. Stop. Okay, Thunder resist. At least. Oh my god, look at this. Hey yo. Soul in wound, inflict rate up, crit L. Defense should be Thunder defense, right? Like this one? I cannot make it. Oh wait, I can just... yeah. Self-heal, Divine Blessing, Anti-Paralysis. Oh my god. It's everything I ever wanted. Let me look at the other ones. Thunder Boost, the Draw Technique. Golden Armor? What's the Golden Armor? You don't have it? Oh shit. I haven't fought the monster yet? Oh shit, okay. Kinsip's Kill, Exhale, Soul Kinsip, Thunder Defense Boost. Oh my god. Thunder Defense Boost though. Kinship gauge fills out fast. Seriously increases kinship skill power. Only kinship, right? This is not all out, so it's not skill, it's kinship. Boo! Alright, Kezu armor it is. Alright, I'm well prepared. I cannot upgrade it. Well, I'm well prepared. Let's go. I win. No, I want... Here, let me go to Lulusion real quick. Nice skins. I know, right? What do they call skin suit again? I mean, it is a skin suit, right? Is it? Isn't... yeah, all armors are technically... their skins. Plus their... wait, no. Where's the layer armor again? Here, right? Yeah, I think all armors are technically skin suits. Technically. Oh, that's kind of scary. It's kind of spooky. I bleed layered armor. Wow, what the fuck? Thank you. Armor master skins. I shall fight Droxen so I get his armor. Well, you have to design the armor for me first. What would Droxen armor look like? Oh yeah, she did. Yeah, this is another case of Roland's knowing me for too long already. Don't worry. Even though I identify as She-Day now. What am I trying to do again? Oh yeah, I'm trying to change the layer armor. Kuftarov, yes. Oh, you want me to do Kuftarov now? Also change your Munsti? No, I don't want to change my Munsti. My Munsti good enough. Very stonk. Me doesn't worry, me just wants to help. Yeah, I appreciate that, Pinky. Thank you. Okay, I have an ice weapon. Alright, now actually, let me try to go against the Thunderlord. Yeah, let me try to clear Z8 first. I don't think I can do Kufturov today. I'm already feeling slightly dizzy. Still haven't, like, fully recovered yet. Or maybe not clear Z8 maybe not clear, like, Z8, but just go against Thunderlord again. See how it goes. Let's go, Ice Kacang. There it is. Alright, easy win. Look at this. Strong weapon, I win. Strong armor, I win. I never die. I cannot die. It is like literally impossible for me to die right now. I say this and I die afterwards. I'm so stoned. It's power, right? Yeah, okay. Look at the insane damage and self-heal. Speed attack. Wow, Ice Kacang just learned them. I gotta deal damage. Oh, actually, no. Let's do a bit of a pep talk here. So you got Ice Kacang after you shave the eyes? I mean... yeah. Okay, they're no speed, but they're gonna summon first. Let's cheer. Oh! Oh, wait. Divine Blessing, easy. I'm just gonna keep cutting it. Oh, the damage. Now they're gonna do that move again. What move? It's okay, no worries, I got this. Inflicts time lower defense of 3 turns. Yeah! Ooh, nice. Nice. Ineffective? Okay. Not painful. It doesn't not pain. Hi? Why? But I'm not weak against thunder anymore. What is it? It went from power and speed, now it's technical? Yeah, I think now it's technical. Technical, I need power. I have snow spray, I think. Yeah. Your armor just level 1, but it's not weak against thunder. It should be fine. It hits random targets randomly. If it all hits you, it's still a lot of damage. It all hits me? God damn, this dog hates me. What's wrong with you? Oh! Paralysis resistance. I'm gonna cry. Heal! Heal! Yeah, hit me then. Hit me. You cheating! Hit me! Okay, I don't really bother matching resistance anymore. I mean, I didn't care at all. You see me just wear my favorite armor, just run around trying to win. Look at that, not painful, easy. I literally cannot lose at this point. How do I even lose this game? Diamond wave against its power though, you're gonna die. Wait, no, Hey, that's right, yeah. So that's how you need the game to be more difficult before you are challenged in the way that required it. Don't know about that. Maybe both Rolands and Narix needs it. Ooh. Subtle Rebu. Not really. If I'm going to take that much damage, that armor can't save me. I might as well take advantage of the being low HP. Yeah. That is the big brain approach. Don't be me. Now it's speed again. Gonna pep talk. Whoa! Legs! Oh my god, legs!
Is that a cool dragon I see?
Wow. I don't know which one you're referring to, but yes. Oh, it's Velcana. Yeah, Velcana, very cool. Thanks for the subscriber, Lex. Also, hi, welcome in. Yeah, Velcana #1. Very, very nice. Cool, get. Oh my god. I will. I will cry. I will cry. Is it aiming at. Oh, okay. Nice. Inflict with stun? Yeah. Huh. I can ignore that. With that, I'm gonna cheer. Yeah, hi Lex. I hope you're doing good. Nice. That's colder than milk. Hey yo! That's colder than Velcana, I'm gonna cry. Okay, I boosted defense. This time I'm not gonna die. You know why? Because I'm gonna do this. Hit me then, you little shit. Hit me. And it hits Ice Kacang so much. I hate it. It's okay, Ice Kacang. Everything is fine. Oh, it's aiming at... Oh, they're trying to kill Volcana so hard. Is there a way for me to take damage instead of Volcana? Shit, I have to heal Volcana. Ah, it's not even that good. Volcana, just for you, I'll use some Max Potion. Alright, because you're the best. You are very beautiful. Uh-oh. Got him! Just working out and getting ready for my Doom. Hope the Monsees has been treating you alright. Getting ready for your Doom, what's going on? I hope everything is okay for you, oh my god. And yeah, Monsees has been treating me alright. They're pretty good, I love them. Restore 1 heart? Nah, I don't need to restore 1 heart, I win. I don't know how to lose anymore. Like, I use the right armor and everything. I don't know how to lose. And now the big boy, isn't it? If the big boy... Yeah, there it is. Yes, sir. Retain that shit. Yes, sir. Oh! Oh! Get him, Ice Kacang. Oh my god, get him. Oh, I need a bonk. What? I don't have good bonk. I don't have good bonk. I don't care. I'm just gonna... Yeah, I'm just gonna do this. It's fine. I win. I win. I win. See, I win. I win. Easy. God, Volcana is too good. We did it! We deleted the goodest boy! Droxen, you forgot how to lose. It's not invincible. I'm invincible. Now I can make a Thunderlord armor. What for? Oh, I won? Nice! I did it. I did it. Go forth. Just the physical kind. My workout group is doing an event, and I don't plan to move much afterwards, but should be fun. Workout group. Uh-oh. Oh, this place looks very purple. What is this boss? They were hyping up the boss so much. Can I make a Thunderlord good boy weapon? Whose weapon is this? Oh, okay. Bloodbath, ooh. Glowy bonk. Blastfire chaser. Drag queen horn. Looks like flower. Oh yeah. Oh, you know what? I feel like I can still do the KT. Narix, you out for KT? You out for Kutalop? You out for big golden mummy dragon? Wait, oh my god, that's fast. What do I need? Water. Water ball. I have water ball. I'm bringing Soldier Boy then. Right, this is as much as I can prepare for. Right, let's see. Equipment. Yeah, these are the things that I'm gonna bring. I feel like I need to support. No, I you know what? Just for this time, I'm gonna... Actually, let me change armor real quick. Yeah, weak point is fire. There. WiMdyBoi, King Boy, Camo Boy. I need Soldier Boy because Tooth is weak against water, right? I'll bring Camo Boy for traversing. Yeah, for traversing. Hey. Oh wait. Snake stickers. What other stickers do I have? I don't know. Okay lah. Is it Ekong no pe? Nice. It's the best password. Always surprised by how fast people online are. You suggest one thing and they wait for you instead the other way around. Yeah, I'm surprised too. Holy shit. Very big surprised. I don't understand the map. There's no tether. What do we need to do again? Slay Braki, slay Astalos. Oh, are we trying to DSJ Braki and Astalos? Here, I gonna attempt to DSJ as well. Amberhammed, hi, welcome in. Thanks for the follow, appreciate. DSJ. Is the gap instead still astronomical? Yeah. Very. Oh my god. First try. You bully! Holy shit! Yeah. All in a day's work, huh? just DSG. All in a day's work, huh? All good, all good. I love it, I love it. I love what I'm seeing. How do you even know where Braki and where Mike Tyson and Aslos is? Actually, don't answer that. Just it's okay. Fixed. Oh, okay, okay. So you fought this multiple times already, huh? It's a clackety clack boy. It's blocking the whole thing. Does the game stop giving stats at some point, or is it just going to continue like that forever? I honestly have no idea. Oh no, we're hot. We're so hot. When did you use Cold Mist already? Here, let me add one more cool beast at the start. Oh my god. Here, I'm gonna use it now. I trust your deadly horn jab. How the fuck? How the fuck? How the fuck do you even do this? 30%, fuck! Why you not drink it before fight? How am I supposed to know it's hot here? I mean, the surrounding says it's hot, but I need a prompt saying that, oh, you're very hot, please drink something. Then I would drink it. If there's no prompt saying that I need to drink it, I will not drink it. I need a prompt. It's a dragon mama. Let's go, soldier boy. You're a failed Monster Hunter? I'm a failed Monster Hunter story. I'm not a failed Monster Hunter. Now that's a big difference.
It is hot here.
It's aiming for me. What does Skill 12 do? Speed, power, technical. Okay, I'm gonna charge and see what it does. Oh, it's technical. Okay. I can tank this, right? Oh my god. Oh! It's kind of painful. Okay, good to know that it's technical. Soldier boy! Use wretched water. I'm gonna shoot it. You can take the double if you want. The dragon mummy. What's it though? I don't know. I don't know. Oh wait, that's you. We both in the same armor. Thunder defense down. Oh my god, I'm actually helping? Do you have heroics? If not, I kinda want to do a pep talk.
Konnichiwa, I'm making pancakes. Yum yum.
No burst? Okay, I'll do a pep talk just in case for me and Soldier Boy. Konnichiwa, making pancakes, yum yum. Ooh. Hi, Tingte. Running guild armor? Okay. Defense Blazing plus Crit Kin plus Iron Saber. Oh, okay. Who evaded? Laser. Wait, my Soldier Boy looks fine. Oh, it's Mizu! Cool beans, Mizu, you're the best. Really zero high. Thank you for the follow. You have YouTube? I have. It's usually where I archive my VODs. No damage. No damage. Easy. Oh, I should have brought my hunting horn. Yeah, it's fine, it's fine. It's not aiming at anyone, question mark? I'm gonna try Retro Water with Soldier Boy again. Pep Talk still on. Oh, it's aiming for you. Okay, okay. You're watching anime? Not really. This is Masasu Stories 2. Oh, no bow, okay. Thunder defense down. All good. You like to see it. Oh, okay. Pep Talk still here, all good. Let me just change weapon real quick. Anapalas or Bonk. I'll cheer. Guess I'll cheer and Pep Talk, huh? Oh, Pep Talk is gone? It's not aiming at anyone, question mark? I'll set the trap. I cannot Pep Talk anymore, uh-oh. I'll bonk it then. Is it gonna roll? Hey man. I can control my mouse, get out of here. I did die! It's not aiming at anyone. I'll heal with life powder. Nice, who? Streamer fast? Yeah, because this game has a lot of like downtime where I can manage my chat a little bit and look at chat as well. So all good, all good. Oh. Damn, I'm tanky. I am quite tanky though. I'll do this and then I'll heal. Oh, that's death. Triple core burst like a mad woman. Hooftorf is pissed. Did she not die? Oh, okay, okay. Oh, this is not in the first phase, okay. Damn, Kuftarov, beautiful. This is like Kuftarov, my beloved. Kuftarov, my beloved. Oh, please don't groom. So what do we do now? Do we just survive? Oh, okay. Oh, we beat the time? I mean, you beat the time. I didn't do shit. I mean, all I did was wretched water. I'm burning. Gonna go head out. Good luck finding the monsters. Good hunting. Alright. Good luck. Have a great day. I didn't mean to touch the bug, you fuck. I'm gonna run away. Have a great day, Lex. Appreciate you stopping by. And the stubble as well. I'm gonna run away. I cannot fucking run away, you piece. I messed up. I hate it here. I messed up. And I'm fighting this green fuck. I'm fighting this green fuck. I'll burn you. I'll burn you, you shit. Oh, you're not afraid of fire. Oh, thank you. I didn't see the bug, it's so small. No, I'm wasting them. Get this one bug down. I didn't see what this pink. What does this green shit do? It's aiming for me. I'll see what you do. Is it technical? It's green. Fuck. I'm gonna bong. I think it's power. I think it's technical. It's green. It's green. Oh, it's power. Oh, mama. Ow. Wow. Like Yana just running. now you're technical. You're never speed. Trying to get me again? I might be wrong, I don't know. P? Oh shit, I was right. Let's go. Oh, it's afraid of ice? Nice. Oh, I should know. A Kush hit it, literally. Oh, I forgot I have DSJ. Should just spam that shit. Wait, let me change something. There. They cannot inting me? Oh my god. The damage. Why is laser on fire? why is laser on fire? Oh, is it from the previous KT? Okay, I'll be careful. He didn't even... Can't be asked. I have to be asked. The burn would kill me. I'm too soft. Oh, there she is. I will bonk the horn. It's not aiming for anyone? I think it's aiming for you. Yeah. Is it not afraid of thunder anymore? Oh, it's technical. Whoa. Oh my god, only 10 minutes? I'll do a pep talk. Can you DSJ? Can you DSJ Kuchara? No way, right? There's no way. Speaking of, it's funny to me that in many games, being lit on fire is either a small nuisance or kill in mere seconds. Yeah. Elder? Okay, fair. Oh, it's speed. Wow. Not really caring about the Naga. What's going on with Naga? It's aiming for me. It was speed, so I need technical against it. Oh, is it afraid of ice now? Oh, okay. Guess I'll bring in my WiMdyBoi. I'll still spin though. I'll do a little bit of pet talk first. We're crit. We're crit. No crit. Kids. Oh, there it is. There it is. Hey yo, oh my god. All of that we did. Oh my god. I'm gonna throw life powder. It's looking at my WiMdyBoi. I'm a little bit terrified. Hi, why are you looking at my WiMdyBoi menacingly? I beg your pardon. Ruben the strike. I'm gonna throw items and heal. Glory spear. Uh oh. I don't think WiMdyBoi can take this. Nice. Oh, yep. Okay. Ow. Oh my god. Which one's a burn chaser? I'll still heal first. No, this is like the danger zone. Danger zone. I don't like it. Oh. It's looking at you menacingly. I'm just gonna spin at it real quick. Wait, no, your health is looking mighty dangerous. You know what? Here, there you go. Can I? Yeah, I'm gonna do it. This doesn't affect damage output, right? Oh my god, damage. How the fuck? Oh, that was a fast 5 minutes. I think I need to bonk it even more now. I'll attack once, I'll heal you afterwards again. Oh wait, no. Oh, it's okay. I didn't see my WiMdyBoi doing fucking... Uh oh. Wee! Oh my god! Yeah, Trip Cycle not as good. Oh, we didn't die. Cool. Oh, she be drooling. I'll still heal. No damage. Horn broken. Can you survive the burn? Oh, but well. Navi. Nope. Alright, I'll attack them. We all attack. Don't Elder Dominance now, please. At least do a Sonic Strike again, I guess. Kuftorov is too big. Oh shit! You've been KS'd.
Victory how? A woo ooh 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 ooh.
Victory how?
Ooh 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 ooh.
I cast. This is KS. Let's go. Oh my god! I actually won. I mean, I was just throwing life powder. Yeah! I got 3 horns. I didn't see it. Oh my god, Pog. I win. I win the game. Very Pog. What if I go initiate the fight now? What's gonna happen?
A woo of teamwork. A woo you 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 w
UWU. Good game, GG. Wait, what? Wait, where's your Naviru? How do you get rid of Naviru? Is it? I mean, not mine. Oh, hey. That's kinda cute. They acknowledge our presence. Thank you, Narix. Hello neighbor to you as well. Hi. Things like Ludra fully turns the head if you're in front. Oh. How you doing, Bon? But most others only turn heads when you're at the side of the head. I mean, they can do 180 turn back, I guess. But yes. Why is it all Chinese? Leo? Sebastian? Okay. Kufturov. We did it. We did the golden mummy dragon. I never tried playing Gunlands. Looks kinda cool. I might try it. Gunlands is piercing. I'm doing good, thanks. Just did some gunning for 5 hours. Whoa, that sounds tiring. Also, by the way, that was an easy K. There's a harder KT? There's a harder Kufturov? Oh my god. It's okay, I still did the KT anyway. I can upgrade my the slicer. I won't call myself a gardener. I just did it because it's on my to-do list. But you made your own to-do list, isn't it? I mean, I'm not gonna pry, but that does sound like you're a gardener. But honestly though, as long as you're having fun, that's the most important thing. And do whatever makes you feel nice. Next to your mom, you know I don't appreciate jokes like that. And I mean it, I don't. I have two baby spongy boy. Been a while. I can look at baby again. I've been doing Elder Layers so much I didn't even get to see the baby. Oh my god. Oh baby. It's baby spongy boy. Gosh, it's so adorable. No jeans though. Why is this song different? Just a few more. Just a few more. Just a few more. I'm gonna think that all my screenshot folder is gonna be Spongy Boy at this point. Synchronize. Double attack. Negate skills you. Ooh. Not as good. Equality plays different sounds on hatch. Oh. I don't remember the rainbow one, but I assume the second one was the golden shiny. Feels good, man. So much items. I don't think. Yeah, I didn't get a lot of like new monsters today, but I did get through a bunch of Elder Lair things, which is pretty good. So I'm now at Elder Lair 9, which is like, I assume it's the last one. Let's go there and look at it. Yeah, number 9. It's so purpley. Oh, looking at this made me realize something. Like, maybe remember a sad memory. A very sad memory. I'm gonna cry at this point. Because I don't get to find Ultra anymore. Thanks, Naviru. You fuck. You cleared every trial? Just as I promised I would let you pass. I always believed this day would come. Here dwell the powerful predators who stand at this pinnacle of all living things. Slay the target meowsters. Meowsters? Multiple? They are appalling forces of nature, subjugating all weaker creatures. That's the natural order which we cannot oppose. But if you wish to try, we won't stop you, friend. Not only will we try, but we will succeed with the power of kinship. Can you shut the fuck up, Naviru? By the power of friendship, I'm gonna beat this thing. Wow! I hate it. The power of friendship waits above all. I just kind of want to look at what it is. I'm kind of curious. There's 5 of them? I guess I'm not gonna fight them because I'm getting hungry. That's a brute tiki, isn't it? I'll leave this for next week. I'm hungry. I'm gonna go get dinner. I already saved, so it's fine. It's fine. I can just return to title screen. Did I save though? I'll save again just in case. Oh yes, I did save, okay. Alright. With the power of friendship, I will overcome the skill of this 900-year-old swordsman. 900-year-old swordsman? Who's that? Dragon. Always. Never enough dragons. Look, if you guys have any like shows that has dragons in it, or even better, games with dragons in it, or anything, pictures with dragons in it, send them my way, please. I need dragons. As a kobold, I need dragons to sustain. My life force relies on dragons. Here, let me change screen real quick. Doop. I still gonna listen to Burna's village theme. It's too good. I can listen to that the whole day, honestly. It's too good. No idea, but that's how this power friendship thing often goes. You're not wrong. It is usually how it goes, yeah. Capture dragon for power. That also capture dragon for companionship. Now that's a win in my book. Who are you rating? I'm looking at. There's a few. Oh, Dan is streaming now. Barnaby's streaming now as well. I don't really get a chance to rate Dan man. It's another fellow reptilian. A dragon, I think? Dragon or lizard folk? Looks like a kobold. I mean, it looks like a kobold. Oh, they've been streaming for 12 hours, oh my god. 12? Oh, he's doing animations, wow. Oh, hand-drawn animations, oh my god. Oh my god, mama. You fuck! I was focusing on something. Don't make me shit my pants. There's Tosnick. I did rate Tosnick a while back, I think. Oh, no focus on the empty brain. God, I wish. I don't care about having brains sometimes, but it's too essential to need to have brains. Need to survive. I need brain. Barnaby is doing art. We could rate Barnaby, I think. It's been a while. It feels like I rate Barnaby once a week. Remove brain, no need to survive anymore. But I need to survive. There's still like multiple conventions that I want to go. Two problems solved at once? Oh god. Oh god, no. Don't. No. Okay, now we can rate Barnaby lah. Stone is a good tool for that. Oh my god! I'm just gonna plug my own thing real quick. I'm just gonna summon Bernie, alright? Hey Bernie! Hey Bernie!
I am once again asking for your financial support.
Thanks, Bernie. Yes, I have a Discord as well. I mean, Discord is where I announce my things. I should say this like a little bit regularly. But yeah, the Discord is usually where I feel like lately I use Discord a lot more than any other social messaging apps. Sorry if I bonked the mic again. But yeah, I think Discord is now my arguably #1 other than Telegram. Yeah.
Motorcycle Motorcycle.
Also, there's a Dragon Simping corner in Discord, so yeah. Also, in socials, I have the Dying Bluebird app. And I have a YouTube channel where I just archive all my VODs and stuff. You know, I usually upload all my VODs over there, so if you miss a video that you want to watch, VODs is there. But I don't think I can edit much video other than just like some very story heavy ones that I can cut them into multiple parts, but it's still gonna be like lengthy videos. But yeah, VODs are there generally. That's pretty much my YouTube channel. I love Droxy focus you on the Discord. Kinda, I guess. I mean, I just love dragons, honestly. Like, my Discord channel, I think the main thing for Discord channel is like, it's for me simping on dragons. That's pretty much it. Safe to say anyway. I love talking 7 to 8 hours roughly per video. Yeah, pretty much. I mean, it is usually how much I stream, but today is 7 hours, right? It's about, it doesn't go far off than that time, you know. I think I plugged pretty much everything. Tomorrow I'm gonna continue doing art lah. I feel like I should definitely going back on doing art. A lot of long overdue things that I haven't done, and I think it's very important that I get back to doing art. Very important, because I do plan on trying to do art for like a way of income, right? In the future, but not currently. But it's one of the things that I'm trying to do, especially this year. But yeah, at least now I can do more art, right? I need to get back into doing art. And I think the addiction for Skyrim is a little bit manageable now. Because when I first started playing Skyrim, I was insanely addicted to the game. No matter where I go, I just think about the games like, what should I do next? Right? What should I do next? There's so many things to do. It's insane. Game's good. Game's really great. And for a first timer like me, and I get to play as a Argonian, right? I get to play as a lizard woman with Booba. Pretty good. But mod, I do. No one knows. No one knows. Don't worry about it. I mean, if you have mod suggestions, you can just send to my Discord, I guess. Like you keep wanting to suggest me mods, but I don't know. just send it. No guarantees that I'm gonna download though. I'm just gonna look at it. Okay, I think that's pretty much it. Okay, let me type in the rate to Barnaby real quick. I am Barnaby there. Okay, tell me the rate. Forward it says hi. No more whatever that weird. Let me see if I can get it back. What is it called again? You polar bear breathe?
การจู่โจมมหานีขั้วโลกน่ารัก
Look, it sounds a little bit different. It is not that long. Okay, no, I'm not doing that anymore. Okay, Corporate says hi. That's a rain message. Alright. So, before the rain, I want to say Thank you all so much for joining me today. Really appreciate all of you. You guys are amazing. Love y'all. Okay? And know that you guys are all love. You guys are all valid. And you guys all matter. You guys are valuable. Right? Know that. So here comes the raid to Barnaby. Bam. What do you mean, nah? What do you mean, nah? I can just listen to this and sleep right now. When Fortnite? I don't know. Skyrim. I need Skyrim. I need Skyrim. You cannot stop me. You cannot stop me. What you gonna do about it? I'm gonna play Skyrim. Skyrim good. When Skyrim, there's Skyrim multiplayer. Oh my god! I thought Skyrim is for like one player, a single player adventuring game. Did it actually has multiplayer? No, all mods. Okay, it's co-op. So we cannot have friendly fire in the game. Boo. Okay, like Kobo Raid says hi. I'll do more art tomorrow. I'll probably try to finish up the reference sheet tomorrow. So yeah, that's what I'm gonna do. Barnaby stuff, I'll definitely work on it as well, off stream even. So yeah, see you guys tomorrow. Bye. Be safe. Love y'all. Up here. I use confusion. Oh my god.